Bird up, you're listening to the worst detective in visual novel history. Hello. Hello, everybody. It's time for more Umineko. Twitch.tv, because it is literally 1984, would not let me use the word MILF, so that's why it's moms in the title. Very unfortunate. I cannot believe we lost half of our MILFs in one stroke in the last stream. It's so unfortunate. One of the best ones, too, because Kyrie was in that group. We still got Eva, though. That's fine. Rosa, I'm fine with losing. Rosa wasn't my favorite. We've still got Eva and Natsuhi, so I guess it's okay. Society and the fiction that represents it is always trying to tear down girl bosses. I know. Many, I would say the libertarian guys are in shambles, but Krauss is dead, and he was definitely a libertarian, so... The libertarian guy is also dead. Yes, that's where we left off last time, is the first time we got to hear the Golden Slaughterer. When, what was it, Krauss, Rosa, Kyrie, Rudolph, that's for Shannon, and Goda. Goda was the last one. All kicked the bucket rather violently. Their faces were all fucked up. So I guess two of them weren't exactly family members, but... I know. At least we still have good old George. George who would never betray us and is in no way suspicious at all. I still think George is just instantly suspicious. Sorry. Yeah, that was 6. Kyrie, Rudolph, Krauss, Rosa, Shannon, and Goda. That's 6. Now who will bully Battler? Not his parents, that's for sure. They're both dead. At least Jessica only lost one of her parents, and it was the worst one, so... I don't know, maybe Natsuhi will get the axe later. Who can tell? That's true. Battler will have many new people to bully him very soon, I'm sure. I guess we can just jump right back into it. Seems like most people are here now. Ding dong. Where was I? Ah, yes. It was the 3rd gradient. I love these gradient save boxes. They're full of soul. Oh, that's right. The storm is still going on. The typhoon. All that could be heard was the sound of rain, the voices from the kids' TV program Maria was watching, and the engrossed Maria's cackling voice. In other words, what greeted them as they returned dumbfounded from that horrible, bizarre scene was the voice of Maria as she rolled around laughing at the TV. What is Maria watching? Is it SpongeBob? Wait, no, this is 1986. SpongeBob didn't exist yet. You watched Knives Out between last stream and this one, and now you're convinced Rianne Johnson is a Umineko fan? You know, I wouldn't be surprised. I think a lot of modern filmmakers are secretly weeaboos. Or sometimes not so secretly. Yeah, it could be the Muppets. This is 86. Those who returned to the room didn't know how to explain to Maria that her mother was dead, and were trapped by a suffocating silence. She's watching Spider-Man Toku? Let's go. The Emissary from Hell? At first, Maria returned their stares with a dubious look. But when she realized they weren't trying to blame her for anything, she ignored them and again immersed herself in the TV program. The children wordlessly sat down heavily on the sofa. Their minds were probably blank from their state of shock. Everyone had already cried and mourned so much, but now they just vaguely sat there, their faces seeming to have lost all emotion. Only Canon had returned to his usual calm expression. However, that probably didn't mean he'd been able to wipe out the shock. Nothing was reflected in his eyes as he stared into empty space. I don't know if that's exactly calmness so much as numbness. They're different. Hideyoshi kept on fidgeting, and every time he remembered that horrible scene, he started muttering about how he couldn't believe it, how it couldn't have been something from this world, how it must have been the work of demons. Every now and then, his muttering produced a question directed at Nanjo, but the latter kept repeating in a calm, doctor-like manner that nothing could be understood by only glancing at the scene, and that, until the police arrived, they wouldn't learn anything. However, Nanjo only appeared calm next to Hideyoshi, who simply couldn't suppress his agitation and fear. In fact, Nanjo had also received a huge shock, and his face was deathly pale. Maybe that atmosphere was why she tried to rise to the challenge and take charge. Whoops. Natsuhi appeared to be unchanged from her normal attitude. I don't know. Natsuhi's probably okay with Kraus being dead. I don't know. Didn't seem like there was much love left in their relationship. And she briskly gave directions. Plus, one thing I realize is now she's the only one who knows that the gold is real. Kraus showed her that ingot, and it seems like she might be the only one who knows.
私も一緒させていただいていいかしら、夏日姉さん。クラウス兄さんがいなくなった以上、お父様の補佐は私の仕事だもの。その私が夏日姉さんに任せっきりで、ここでくつろいでいるわけにはいかないわ。
いかないわ? Natsuhi was struck speechless by Eva's aggressive move in a situation like this. She seemed to be claiming that with Kraus dead, the one to take responsibility should be his wife, but herself the next highly ranked in the family. Or maybe she had been at all happy when Natsuhi took command without reference to her in such an extreme situation. However, even Eva's mind had been blank from shock until a moment ago. Then she got right back to conniving. We love to see a girl boss succeeding. She only came to her senses after Natsuhi started giving orders. Gotta take a deep breath here. Deep breaths. Natsuhi started walking without saying a word more. Eva followed behind her. As they did, Kumasawa ran into the parlor. She usually wasn't the kind of person to run around, so under normal circumstances, most people would have taken her entrance as a sign that something was the matter. But because everyone was still stricken with shock, they hardly even noticed her. Uh-oh. What now? Who else has died?
夏日姉さんならお父さんのところへ行ったで。すぐ戻ってくるやろ。どないしたんや、熊沢さん。
それが食堂に。
Oh no.
血が。
More blood. The ears of everyone in the parlor twitched. Everyone thought the same thing. I hope I misheard that. Any container can only hold so much, and no one here would be capable of handling yet another tragedy. Oh boy, I've got some bad news. There's much more tragedy to come, I suspect. So they all thought it. I hope I misheard that.
なんやて? 食堂?
Oh, I also realized I forgot to say. Remy the Foxy, it has an E at the end, and Zeke the Jolteon, thank you for following roughly 20 hours ago, if you're there. I appreciate all followers, even the ones that appear when I'm not streaming. Frankly, you should all be paying attention to me all the time, even when I'm not live. The first one to start running was George. His harsh footsteps jogged Hideyoshi and Nanjo to their senses, and they chased after him. Battler and the others followed. They flew into the dining hall one after another, but they didn't find any change that might have caused Kamasawa to go pale. To those who had viewed that gruesome scene in the storehouse, it was a bit of an anticlimax. However, Kumasawa, who had followed them, pointed it out. There really was some traces of blood remaining on the floor. Compared to that terrible scene, it wasn't very impressive. However, if you calmly thought about it, this definitely indicated the loss of a lot of blood. Why are they all so disappointed? They're like, oh, there's not another dead body with its face pulped? Who are we missing? Who does this blood belong to?
これは一体
だいぶ時間が経っているように見えますな。おそらく昨べここで殺されたんだと見て。
Oh, maybe this is where they were killed. Some of the people in the
そういう
shed.
ことになるんやろな。わしらは昨べずっと食堂で話し合いをしとった。そしてここに何者かが押し入ったに違いない。
父さんたちが打ち合わせを抜けて休んだのは何時だっけ？
昨夜の24時を少し過ぎたくらいの頃や。だからその後にと考えるんが妥当やろな。
So, Eva and Hideyoshi left the meeting a little before everybody else.
マジかよ。
That's probably why they weren't killed, I guess.
勘弁してく
I
れよ。
guess they got everybody who was still in the meeting in one fell swoop.
お嬢様、しっかり。
What's so funny?
さっきの倉庫でこの世の地獄ってやつを拝んじまったから今さらこのくらいじゃ
そうかよ。よかったな。私は頭がどうにかなっちまいそうだぜ。ここは食堂だぜ。私は毎日ここで食事をして学校のことをぼやいたり、
Things are a little rough right now.
ぼやいたり、親父に学校の成績の話をされたり、そういうところなんだぜ。お嬢様、これ以上ここにいるのはよくありません。100万へ戻りましょう。
俺の同感さ。秀吉おじさん、この部屋は多分警察にとって重要な意味があると思います。俺たちが踏み荒らしちまうのはまずいんじゃないですか。
I don't know if the police are gonna show up at all. Battler proposed this in a slightly firm voice as, along with Canon, he grabbed the pail and shaking Jessica's shoulders.
バトラさんの言う通りですな。
I don't think the police are gonna be showing up.
この部屋にこれ以上好んで居続けることはありますまい。
Nandro spoke while looking at everyone's pale faces. Even though that horrible scene in the storehouse felt like something not of this world. At least when they'd been able to leave to cut ourselves off from that place and run away. Everyone had shared in that feeling. However, this dining hall was different. It was in the mansion, the main building on this estate, and as Jessica had said, it should have been one of the most calming places even inside the mansion. Was where all the relatives had eaten and lunch. It was where all of the relatives had eaten lunch and dinner yesterday. The shock of seeing this place smeared with blood reminded us of that horrible spectacle in the storehouse, and forced us to accept that we hadn't really been able to run away from that scene of that tragedy.
わしも同感や。この部屋には犯人の痕跡が残ってるかもわからんしな。素人のわしらがかき回すべきとちゃうで。はよ出るんや。はよはよ。
Hideyoshi also understood the meaning of what Battler had said and pushed everyone to hurry out of the dining hall. The way we were then, looking at the blood and any other longer, would have been too harsh. Nobody went against his words. Everyone raced each other out of the dining hall. It was almost as though that last person in the room would be trapped in there all alone. I love door sound. It's the only one we have. Once in the hallway, we lent a hand to Kumasawa, who was still trembling and leaning against the wall, and we all headed back to the parlor together. Then Genji returned.
お、源氏さん。
Oh, where did he... Wait, didn't he go with Eva?
警察に連絡はつき
Oh,
ました
never...
か。
That's right, he went to the radio. He went to get a radio to try to contact the mainland. Uh-oh.
無線機の故障かそれ以外の理由によるものかわかりませんが。
なんや、警察に連絡がつかんのか。
No contact with the outside world.
電話も無線もどっちもダメなんか。
申し訳ございません。 月曜の朝に船が来ることになっています。
How convenient.
その船の通信機を借りることができると思います。
この島には船はないんか。新島の警察署までちょっくら行ってくることはできんのか。
In the storm?
秀吉さん、この天気では無理だ。
You'd die.
少なくとも台風が通り過ぎるまではどうにもなりません。
クラウス様のボートは今修理中で島にございません。ですので月曜の船を待つほかないかと。
そんなアホな話があるか。
I know. Everything's just turned against you.
6人も死んだんやで。そして電話も無線も通じず。
It's all
船
very
もない。
it's all very elaborate, almost like it was all planned
台
or
風が過ぎ
something.
て船が来るまで、つまり明日の朝までわしらは警察にも連絡できず、この島におれっちゅうことなんか。
ってことはつまり俺たちだけじゃなくおじさんたちを殺した犯人もこの島から出られず足止めって。
そういうことになるね。みんなを殺した犯人はまだこの島にいる。
親父たちを殺した奴はこの島から逃げ出せず
She's in the
まだ
walls.
潜んでやがるってことかよ。
She's in the walls. Beatrice is in the walls.
くそ見つけ出してやるぜ。警察になんか引き渡すもんか。私がこの手でやっつけにしてやる。
That's what I love to see. Hold the revenge in your heart. It's always nice. Maria had finally realized that something odd was happening in the parlor. Rather than noticing something odd, it was probably better to say she felt unhappy and neglected, since everyone was getting so excited about something only she didn't know about.
ジェシカお姉ちゃん、誰か死んじゃったの？
The way she spoke was completely calm. That's just a funny thing to say all of a sudden, Maria. Just as though she was talking about someone who had appeared on a television drama, as though it was someone else's problem. Jessica probably didn't like that. As though trying to say, "Can't you tell?" just by looking at me, overwhelmed with grief, she flared up at Maria.
死んじまったぜ。みんな。
They're all gone, except for the people who
私
aren't.
もトトラの父さんと母さんもコウダさんもシャノンもそしてマリアの母さんも。
よすんだジェシカちゃん。
Let's not tell her the part about her
悲しいの
mom.
は君だけじゃない。
Well, actually, maybe she should know.
マリアさん、ショックだろうが聞いてください。あなたのお母さんがな。
It's probably, it'll come out sooner or later. We can't just tell her her mom went to get cigarettes.
死んでしまいました。
She went to the store, don't
ママ
worry.
が死んじゃった？
ああ、誰かに殺されちまった。悲しいだろうがよ。心をしっかり。
何人死んじゃった？
6人だぜ。6人だ。くそ。あんな残酷なことしやがって。
It's almost like it's part of some sort of weird prophecy or
踊ったもん
magic
が
spell.
あるだろうがよ。人間ならよ。誰だか知らねえが、犯人は人間じゃねえぜ。血の色が赤いわけがねえ。
Well, we don't know that for
う
sure.
ん。犯人は人間じゃない。鍵が選んだ。
What?
生贄なだけ。
Sorry, what? What do the asterisks mean? You're thinking about how much you want to asterisk 2b, aren't you?
おい、マリア。今、
They took our,
なんて言った？
not just but the word too. Maria had just said something, but since the words were so remotely separated from the flow and context of the conversation, I couldn't understand them for a second. When I tried to ask her to repeat it again, I was shocked by the sudden sound of Aunt Natsuhi's loud voice coming from the entrance to the parlor. It looked like Aunt Natsuhi and Aunt Eva had returned from their trip to see grandfather. I'm sure he's fine.
無線でも連絡できない？こんな時に使えなくて何のための防災無線ですか？
申し訳ございません。毎年保守点検はさせているはずなのですが。
ほら、光をチカチカさせるみたいな船舶信号ってあるじゃない？そういうので向こうの島に連絡することはできないのかしら？
そのような設備はございません。
No, we don't have. Why would you think we have that? We do not have a lighthouse. Just then, Kumasawa arrived, pushing a serving cart loaded with breakfast. Since there was no way we'd be able to eat in the dining hall, Hideyoshi had ordered her to take it to the parlor.
なぜ朝食をこちらに？
ああ、夏日さん。
Oh yeah, she doesn't
そ
know
れ
yet.
は後で話す。
Don't worry about it.
それよりエヴァ、お父さんはどうなんや？
ご一緒でないところを見ると、このような事態になっても部屋から出ませんか。
Nope, he's locked himself in.
いないわ。
Oh.
部屋は空っぽだったのよ。
Oh, that's spooky. That means the thing updated, right? That drip drop sound? Where's Kinzo? Oh, yeah. Disappeared from his study unnoticed. Kinzo's study has everything from a bed to a toilet to a bathtub, so it is extremely rare for him to go outside. However, he does occasionally go out for a walk on a whim without telling anybody, and his disappearance invariably leads to a huge uproar throughout the house. He usually comes back as soon as he gets hungry. Usually.
なんやて？ こ
Uh-oh.
んな時にどこ行ったんや？
Grandpa ran away. Somebody let him off his leash.
親方様が書斎を出られたというのですか？
Stop praying for Grandpa.
そうです。私も驚いています。いつの間に部屋を出たのやら。あなたたちに心当たりはないのですか？
Natsuhi looked at Genji and Kanon as she said this. Maybe she was trying to ask whether the servants who served directly under the one-winged eagle knew of a place where he might go. Da-da-da. However, it was probably the other way around. Their faces made it clear that those who knew Kinzo best realized even more than the rest of how impossible it was for him to leave his room.
僕たちにも見当がつきま
Yeah,
せん。
sometimes you just get up and leave.
ご存知の通り、親方様はあの書斎の中に、親方様があの部屋をお出になることなど、よっぽどのことがない限り考えられます。
となると、なんや？そのよっぽどのことがあったって考えるのが自然だっちゅうことになるん
What's
か。
so significant? I mean, it's not like people are being murdered in his house.
とにかく気まぐれな方ですから。現状をご存知なく、お一人で散歩をされている可能性もあります。
Yeah, what could the significant reason be? I don't know. It's not
仮
like
に
there's
そうだとしたら、
it's not like
一
people
刻
are
も
being
早く
killed
現
in
状をお
his
知ら
home
せ
or
して
anything.
ご指示を仰がねばなりません。そうね。
My witch waifu is
考
back.
えたくはないけど、お父様の身に何かあったのかもしれないしね。
Shine.
そのような不吉なことは考えたくもありません。
No one had seen Kinzo since the discovery of those 6 terrible corpses. On top of that, the phones were broken, the radio wouldn't reach anyone, and there was no way to contact the police. Apparently, the typhoon would leave tomorrow and a boat would come, but until then, no one could rely on anyone outside the island, nor could they escape the island. The tragedy had hit everyone so abruptly that they'd lost all their composure. Everyone felt a heavy silence. Everyone was impatient. Even though they needed to do something, they couldn't think of anything. So some of them held their head in their arms while others got irritated. Right now, no one could explain what was occurring on this island, Rokenjima. How spooky. After that, we ate the breakfast Kumasawa-san had made, which felt dry and tasteless. Of course, this was right after something like that had happened. No one felt particularly hungry. However, we understood logically that not eating would weaken our bodies. It would also be rude to Kumasawa-san, who had made the breakfast. Kumasawa-san had taken some unusual Western vegetables, ones that Goda-san had probably ordered for his ultra-elaborate meals, and cooked them in a Japanese style, which made them turn an unpleasant color. Oh no! They're turning like purple and stuff. As to what Goda-san had been planning to cook with those ingredients, right then I couldn't even imagine it. If I did think about it, I'd be reminded of the way Goda-san had died, and a sour taste would fill the inside of my mouth. Everyone pretended to eat for the time being, but of course, no one made much progress. Then, we began pooling our knowledge of our current situation. First off, 6 people, which included Uncle Kraus, my dad, Kirie-san, Aunt Rosa, Goda-san, and Shannon-chan, had been found in the Rose Garden storehouse as brutally mutilated corpses. And yet, we still couldn't contact the police since both the telephones and the radio were unusable. So until the typhoon passed, there was nothing we could do. Furthermore, Grandfather, who we might have hoped would be able to show a little leadership in this kind of a situation, had disappeared some time ago. Oh yeah, he's not interested in leadership at all. He's probably happy some of you are dying. This is exactly what he wants. Goda-san hadn't made much breakfast, so Grandfather's stomach must have been empty. And if he had just been taking a casual walk, he should have been able to hear him whining about how hungry he was by now. And despite that, he hadn't appeared. There was more than a small chance that he'd gotten caught up in his crime. According to my aunts, on their way back from Kinzo's study, they'd searched for him, calling out on every floor, but were unable to find him. Considering the timing of it all, it's only reasonable to assume that this disappearance had something to do with the crime. We figured Dad and the rest were probably killed in the dining hall and then painstakingly moved to the storehouse. So maybe Grandfather has already been killed and dragged to some strange place which we simply haven't discovered yet. Well, you just gotta watch out for the witch symbols made with blood. That's a pretty good clue of where dead bodies might be. No one actually said it out loud, but this series seemed extremely convincing.
私たちはお屋敷の戸締まりを確認してきます。お父様も念入りに探さなければなりません。子供たちはこの部屋を出ないように。エヴァさんと秀吉さんは申し訳ありませんが、ここで子供たちと一緒にいてください。南條先生もお願いいたします。
Why does she have the faux undercut? I don't think it's that. I think she has like a full... I think she has like... Here, let me show you the... She has... I think it's just like a... It's like a big ponytail. Yeah, it's like a big ponytail. It's like at the very... It's at the very top of her head and it just falls to the side. You can see it in a better view here. Aunt Natsuhi followed these servants, Genji-san, Kumasawa-san, and Kanon-kun, out of the parlor. All that was left was Aunt Eva, Uncle Hideyoshi, Dr. Nanjo, and the 4 of us children, a total of 7 people. Without the ponytail, she looked like Kaiba. A little bit, yeah, she has the same bangs, I guess.
しかし日曜日の午前中はろくな番組やっとらへんな。
Oh, maybe we'll find something good. Uncle Hideyoshi started acting cheerfully, trying to brighten up this gloomy atmosphere. Uncle Hideyoshi's always trying to lighten the mood, even when people are dying.
お、そうか。マリアちゃんはテレビ見るか。じゃあ、おじさんと一緒に見ような。
Maria was the only one who joined in. Even though Maria had been told of her mother's death, she didn't show the slightest flicker in her emotions. Was it really normal for a 9-year-old girl like Maria to act so much like a very young child? Be nice to her, she's literally neurodivergent and a minor. Everyone else's mood failed to improve, and they each sank absent-mindedly into their sofas.
兄貴、聞いていいか？
なんだい？
さっき倉庫で兄貴はシャノンちゃんの指輪の話をしたよな。あれ 送ったのは
This is like the easiest hint to pick up, Battler. We're having a rough start to your detective abilities. I don't have much faith in this guy. George Aniki didn't answer, but he hung his head and closed both of his eyes. There could be no clearer response.
よせよバトラー。少しは察しろよ。
Please don't ask Battler to figure out things by himself. He clearly doesn't have that capability.
だな。悪いことを聞いたぜ。
そうさ、
He has like double-digit IQ.
僕だよ。彼女に昨べ求婚したんだ。その時指輪を渡した。明日になったらそれを好きな指にはめて返事としてくれって。気ざったらしいことを言ってね。
It's also a little weird because she's like 16. So maybe it's for the best. And that ring had been on the ring finger of Shannon Chan's left hand.
私数年前からシャドウに相談を受けてたぜ。ジョージ兄さんのことでさ。
なんて言ってたのかな。
シャノンは
She
嘘を
looked
つくのが
exactly the
下手
same
だ
a
った
few
からよ。
years ago. She looked
ジョー
exactly
ジ
the
兄さんの
same.
ことを言ってるのはすぐにバレバレでさ。自分は使用人の身分だけど親しくしてもいいのだろうかとか、男の人の好きそうなものは何かとか、どういう服を着たら喜ぶかとか、そんなことをいろいろとさ。なんつうのか、そのまあ焼けたぜ。
Envious of what? Relationships with weird power dynamics? Hey man, I don't judge people's
それ
kinks.
が婚約指輪を渡されておしまいかよ。
価値観は人それぞれだけどよ、男から求婚されるってのは人生の到達点なんだと思うんだよ。だからきっと昨夜のシャノンは心の底から
I'm not gonna blame Jessica too much for that train of thought. I mean, have you seen Natsuhi? She's like ultra trad probably. Of course she's raised with that mindset. Natsuhi definitely believes the best part of a woman's life is when a man proposes to her. Let's see if she still believes that. I don't know. George Aniki sighed deeply without raising his head. Or maybe tears had risen to his eyes.
シャノンは昨べゲストハウスの当番だったらしいんだ。でもシャノンは僕と一緒にゲストハウスに帰るのを恥ずかしがってお屋敷に行ってしまった。
シャノンの気持ちを察しろよ。婚約指輪をもらえばどんなに予告されてたって普通は舞い上がっちまって頭は真っ白になっちまうぜ。気恥ずかしくて仕方なかったんだろうよ。
So embarrassed, Kia.
それでシャノンは当番でないはずのお屋敷へ行き、そこでゴーダさんの仕事を手伝い
Did all the
事
work
件
in
に巻き込
fact.
まれてしまった。
Goda-san didn't do a damn thing.
あの日
Yes, if only.
あの場所で指輪なんか渡さなければサヨは事件に巻き込まれなかったんだ。
兄貴、それだけは違うぜ。
Oh, really?
断じて違う。
I think he's got a point.
それ以上泣くんじゃねえ。
Maybe you shouldn't have proposed to the 16-year-old. I don't know.
バトラ君、そっとしてあげなさい。
After Aunt Eva said that, I stopped talking to him. Misplaced words of comfort might actually do more harm than good. Jessica sat down next to Aniki and put an arm around him. Maybe only Jessica, who had known about Aniki and Shannon's love since the beginning, and who had been even discussed that relationship with Shannon, could comfort Aniki now. I went over to Aunt Eva and sat down in the opposite sofa.
バトラ君は強いわね。もうだいぶしっかりしているように見えるわよ。
まあそのほら愛の深さが傷の深さじゃないですか。
Who did you steal that from? You didn't come up with that.
俺は別にあんなクソ親父同志の方が知ったことじゃないし、キリエさんは気の毒ですが、まあ本当の親ってわけじゃないですしね。
あら、という割にはさっきすっごく大泣きしてたわよ。
まあ育ての親に対する恩は
he's gotta pretend to be a big tough guy. Even though that's definitely not what he is.
そのあたりの切り替えの速さやドライなあたりは本当にルドルフ譲りね。あの子は昔から激しく喜んだり悲しんだり怒ったりしたけれど、すぐにケロリと平静を取り戻したわ。
Would he?
そんなことはないっすよ。俺だってまだまだ心のショックから立ち直れちゃいません。ただ俺がみんなと違うのは、それによってどういう感情が生み出されるかってことだと思います。
どういうこと？
I've been acting much calmer than George, Aniki, and Jessica. Oh, this song is good. It's got a groovy bass line. I always appreciate a good bass line. That wasn't because my sadness was any less intense or because I'd already recovered. My sadness was simply getting replaced gradually with a different emotion.
悲しいっていう
It is thonking music, you're
腹
right.
立たしいって気持ちなんですよ。
Doing the big think.
どこのドイツがこんなことをしやがったのか。横っ面に一発お見舞いしてやらないことには腹の血が収まらねんです。
I couldn't forgive myself if I just sat there overwhelmed with sadness and hugging my knees.
親父たちが殺されて以降、この島は台風に包まれたままです。
So he wants to get to the bottom of things.
これだけの上等を決めてくれやがった野郎は、まだ
That's
この
correct.
島の中にいるってことです。
そういうことになるわ。
And they're not done with us yet. We've still got like 6 parts of this prophecy left. The riddle.
暗い森
A
の
lot
どこ
more
かに
people are
身を
gonna
潜め
die.
ているのかしら。
I felt like I'd had a very similar conversation with Kyrie-san the night before. That's right. After the letter from the person claiming to be Beatrice appeared at the dinner table last night, we talked about whether or not a 19th person actually exists.
エヴァおばさん、この殺人、昨夜のベアトリーチェの手紙と何か関連。
あ
Ah!
あ、さあ、どうかしらね。
I don't know, it seems very clear
あ
to
の手
me.
紙はお父様が遺産問題に絡みたくて出した怪文書という見方で兄弟は一致したんだけれども、それと今朝の事件に関係があるかは今の段階では分かりかねるわね。
あの手紙、本当にベアトリーチェなんて魔女がマリアに渡したんすかね。
まさか全部お父様の仕組んだ茶番でしょ。シャノンちゃんあたりに肖像画のドレスを着させてマリアちゃんを騙したんでしょ。
Canon, you gotta put on this dress.
お父様らしい手の込みすぎたいたずらだと思うけど。
You gotta do it, Canon. It's your role as a servant. You're just furniture. Put on the dress.
話をしたんですけど、キリエさんも
You gotta put on the Beatrice cosplay for me,
ベアト
Canon.
リーチェがいるだろうと言ってましたね。
そんなの当然じゃない。この島には私たちしかいないのよ。なら私たちの中の誰かが
Amongst
ベアトリー
us.
チェを語ったに決まってるじゃない。
Amongst us. I had to take a screenshot of it, sorry.
この島には俺たち以外はいないですか？
当然でしょ。私たち以外の誰がここにいるっていうの？この島には私たちしかいない。18人しかいない。ならベアトリーチェを語るのも18人の中の誰かしかいないじゃない。
So, that makes sense. Unless Kyrie-san denied the existence of a 19th person by spinning the chessboard around. Even though Aunt Eva hadn't constructed an argument that complicated, her opinion at least was the same. Except, if that's the case, our situation starts to look very ugly. Yeah, because it means, like, one of your family is killing other members of the family. At the time of Beatrice's letter, the whole thing could be passed off as a prank set up by someone or another. However, if we're assuming there is no 19th person, we can't ignore this anymore. In other words...
19人目がいないなら、親父たちを殺した犯人も18人の中にいるってことになっちまうじゃないですか。つまり、今この屋敷にいる誰かが殺したってことになる。
That's correct. Seems to be a correct way of thinking. Aunt Eva smiled meaningfully. It looked like she thought this conclusion should have been obvious from the very beginning. She's right, a little bit.
倉庫の中に6人の遺体を運び込んだわ。でも、よく倉庫の中に運び込めたわよね。あのシャッターは常に閉められていて、施錠されていたそうよ。つまり、倉庫内に運び込むにはシャッターの施錠を開ける必要があった。
シャッター。
わかる？
たまたまその日、シャッターが開けっぱなしになってた可能性は。
Yeah, so they needed the key.
使用人たちは常に閉めていると言ってたわ。
So I bet Eva thinks it's one of the
使用人
servants.
室から持ち出さなくては倉庫は絶対に開けられない。
鍵は使用人室の一つしかないんすかね。
源氏さんはそうだと言ってるわ。ということは、犯人はそのたった一つの倉庫の鍵のありかを知っていて持ち出した。さっきカノン君が使用人室に鍵を
Yeah, she thinks it's canon.
壁にびっしりと鍵がかけられていて、とても素人にはどこ犯人はその
I mean, there's only 2 choices in servants left. But no, 3. Kumasawa, Canon, and Genji.
しかも札も何もついていない鍵を手にしてバラ庭園裏にある倉庫の鍵だと理解した。ついでに言うと倉庫の場所すら理解していた。もっとはっきり断言するわ。犯人は使用人室の内部にも熟知
Right,
してい
yeah.
る。
She thinks it had to be one of the servants. Her argument was extremely plain and clear. If the bodies had been found thrown somewhere in the bushes of the rose garden, there wouldn't have been much to go on. However, if there's only one key to the storehouse in the servant room, and it was stored with such a large group of keys, a novice would not be able to tell them apart. This meant the culprit was someone who went into the servant room a lot and was familiar with the locations of the keys. The family members didn't normally go into the servant room, which meant that...
ってことは、使用人の誰かが犯人。
悪いけどそれ以上はおばさんも言えないわよ。
The storm sounds in the background really set the atmosphere.
一つだけ教えられることがあるわ。
なんすか？
犯人たちは複数で、そして十分な武装をしていたと考えられるわ。だってそうでしょ？
Yeah, to take out 6 people at once.
食堂にいた兄さんたち4人を一度に襲って殺し、合計6人分の遺体を
I like how when the screen is red, even like the little arrow to go to the next dialogue is red.
これだけのことを単独犯で行えるはずもないでしょ。
They'd have to be magic or something. It made sense. It probably would have been possible for a single person with enough time, but it would take so incredibly long. It was probably safe to assume that a significant number of people were involved. Phew.
ってことは、エヴァおばさんは使用人の人たちがみんなグルだろって言ってんすか？
Well, 2 of them are dead, so that doesn't quite
静
track.
かになさいな。憶測で言っちゃ悪いわよ。
Unless they, like, fought and betrayed each other, which is just going too complex, I think.
それにもし本当にそうだったらどうするつもり？彼らは私たちを生かして返さないでしょうね。しかも兄さんたち4人をやすやすと殺した相手なのよ。今この部屋に残っていてまともに戦えそうな人間はうちの家族の3人にせいぜいバトラ君で4人ってところ。状況は昨晩と何も変わらない。つまり
It's true, there's not actually many members of the actual family left. Kinzo is gone. So it's just Battler, Jessica, George, Eva, Natsuhi, Hideyoshi, and Maria. I've been playing detective with Aunt Eva, trying to expose the person who had killed Dad and the rest of them before the police arrived. Only I could clearly penetrate the culprit's identity and stick the proof in their face. Like some sort of ace attorney. I'd been so sure that, just like in one of those detective movies, the culprit would then give up and surrender. However, the culprit would only surrender if there was no way for them to fight back. The culprits behind the crime on this island were far from helpless. It might even be able to massacre all of the remaining people here. And on top of that, this island was like a giant closed room, cut off from the outside world by the typhoon. The entire island is a locked room mystery. So they had a full day until tomorrow to kill, scheme, and camouflage themselves. In short, it wasn't a safe atmosphere where we could get very far by playing detective. To the contrary, we were at a stage where we had to be scared stiff, since playing detective might displease the culprits and cause them to commit another mass murder. I guess 6 is enough to qualify for a mass murder.
でも私は使用人の人たちをまだ信用できないのね。それに私は使用人だけを疑ってるわけじゃないの。さらに黒幕がいるかもしれないと思って。
Everybody loves the mastermind.
黒幕？どうしてですか？
勘よ。使用人は書いて字のごとし、誰かに使用されて手足となる存在。殺されたのは後宮家の親族ばかり。なら、その結果、
Well, and Shannon and Goda. This was also plain and clear. The Ushiromiya family had been right in the middle of discussions about how to distribute the inheritance when grandfather died. If this case followed the standard form of any classic mystery novel, the crime was definitely caused by someone with ties to the Ushiromiya family and who was involved in the inheritance problem. Aunt Eva had probably read a few books in that genre herself. Her argument may have had a few blind assumptions in it, but it was a standard conclusion that anyone might have reached. I think most people would end up suspecting the servants even if they used different reasoning to get there. Especially the story about the key to the shutter. That made it very easy to suspect that one of the servants was involved.
だ
から
なぜか気に入らねえんすよね。
気に入らないって？何の話？
Well, what's there to like?
いやいや、こっちの話っす。
I tried to dodge her question by joking, but I couldn't erase the sense of unease welling up inside me. After all, her conclusion was such an easy one to reach. A conclusion that anyone could reach. And I just couldn't be satisfied with that. If I tried spinning the chessboard around, like I'd learned from Kyrie-san, this was exactly why a servant wouldn't possibly be the culprit. Yeah, he's got a point. Like, it's too easy, right? It's too easy. If it was so easy to guess that the culprits were the servants, then, like, well, they're trapped here with us, too. Like, this whole plan doesn't make much sense if it hinges on a typhoon happening. If the servants really were the culprits, they wouldn't hide the bodies in a place connected to themselves. Why on earth would they use the Rose Garden shit if they were the ones in charge of the key that could unlock it? And why would they also, like, broadcast it with that symbol? The police would probably immediately pursue whoever had been in control of the key. It was even possible that some other facts might come to light as a result. The more we think of the servants as the culprits, the less reason they had to carry the bodies into the storehouse. But what if they knew we'd think that and put the corpses in the storehouse for that very reason? What if they knew we'd know and we know they'd know and they'd know we know, so they knew that we knew? No, that's completely impossible. When the police came in and inspect the scene of the crime, they'll probably be able to uncover many things. No matter how carefully the culprits carried out the murder, some traces will definitely be found. What if we're out there and the killer's in here, and I'm the sheriff? And I just forgot, they're in here, in there, and we're out here. What I want to know is, where's the witch? If you think about it this way and look at this murder game from the culprit's side, it's hard to imagine why they'd want to call attention to the corpses. Once the corpses were found, it could result in someone sending a report to the police, or it might make the remaining people more cautious, or it might make the survivors start to search for the culprit. None of these things would make life any easier for the culprit. It's just like the words of the main character's mother in a novel I recently read called Higurashi no Nako Koro ni. Wow, that's a familiar name. I wonder who the author is. Every story needs to have a beginning, a middle, and an end. We found it's the the Ryukishi cinematic universe. Not every visual novel is written by Nasu. Come on. What was I thinking? Eliminating that beginning is essential for the perfect crime. Yes. Hey. I've only read Tsukihime so far. And I didn't conclude that Nasu's a hack from that. I just concluded that all of his fetishes are terrible. Right now, we don't know where Grandfather is. We don't know if he's already become a victim or if he's one of the culprits. But this state of confusion must be beneficial to the killer. What I concluded from reading Tsukihime and then talking to other friends about other, I also did watch, what was it? The Garden of Sinners. I watched the anime movies for that one, and I thought that was mostly fine except the last two movies, which suck hard. And again, what I concluded from that is that Nasu really likes gamifying all of his stories to the extreme, and also that his fetishes are terrible. Those are my two conclusions from reading those two things so far. Because it's like, wow, he sure does slip in incest a lot into these early works of his. I heard he calms down about that, though. The culprit has absolutely nothing to gain by showing us the bodies in such an obvious way and making us all realize there's been a murder. In fact, this is the perfect place to spin the chessboard around. In other words, showing us the corpses in such a flashy way must be the culprit's goal in and of itself. So at the very least, to the culprit, the appearance of 6 corpses there meant more than the deaths themselves. It's part of the riddle. In other words, the culprit wanted this murder on display. To whom? To us. This is a message. The culprit's trying to shove something in our faces. I don't know what it is. At this point in time, this vulgar mass murder isn't making me feel anything except a malice directed towards all of us. Malice towards all of us, is it? Ryukishi has issues? Listen, this is what we need to come to understand. Every artist, every prolific author, especially in the visual novel slice of the pie, they all have issues. We need to understand this. Everyone who spends a significant amount of their time creating art has issues. This is just what we need to understand. Each of one of the survivors has some kind of connection to one of the 6 victims. Uncle Krause's death brought Jessica the grief of losing a family member. The deaths of Dad and Kyrie-san brought me sorrow, while Aunt Rose's death brought Maria sorrow. Maybe. She didn't seem to react that strongly. Goda-san's death probably shocked his fellow servants, and Shannon-chan's death brought grief both to George Aniki, who had proposed to her, and Kanon-kun, who had loved her like an older sister. Everyone now on this island has received an equal amount of sadness. Aunt Eva was sure that the servants were in cahoots, but then, how could you explain the deaths of Goda-san and Shannon-chan? At any rate, by this argument, the grief caused by the 6 deaths hit everyone but Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi. Even Aunt Eva, who had directed suspicion at the servants and acted as though she herself was beyond suspicion, could not be ruled out as a suspect. In the first place, she was able to argue that the servants were suspicious by focusing on the shutter's key, but if you look at it from a perspective of motive and who would gain, Aunt Eva's name rises to the top of the list. It's true. With Kraus out of the way, she's the next in line.
バトラ君が何を考えてるか、おばさんわかるわよ。
What? 嫌だな。
Like all the family members that died were directly in Eva's way to being the head of the family after Kinzo dies.
私がこの殺人で一番得をする。どうせ疑われるだろうから、先に自己申告しておくわ。
I tried to dodge the issue by joking around, but apparently it didn't work.
遺産は兄弟の数で分割する。でも今や4兄弟は私一人。後宮家の全財産は全て私のものになるの。
Well, she could have been afraid something was left to Genji because Kinzo knew no, Genji wasn't the one who died. It was Goda. I don't know. Everybody just hates Goda. That's the motivation for murdering him. Goda's just a dick and nobody liked him.
秀吉おじさんが聞いたら、予算か言えばシャレにならんって言うと。
ごめんね。
ごめんね。
どう取り繕ったってどうせ疑われるだろうから。
Just a funny little joke.
ふざけただけよ。
We're just having a theoretical conversation. It's all hypotheticals, so we can laugh it off.
だからこの殺人は私の立場から見れば私を疑わせるためのものではないかと思ってるの。困ったことに昨夜のアリバイは弱いわ。
聞かせてもらってもいいですか？
Yeah, she and Hideyoshi did leave the meeting early.
昨夜のことを。
バトラ君たちも知っている通り、兄弟が遺産をどう食いちぎり合うかという話し合いは深夜まで続いたわ。でも何時まで続いたかは知らない。私と主人は朝が早かったからね。もう眠くて24時を過ぎたあたりで抜けさせてもらったの。そしてゲストハウスに戻って休んだわ。
Wait, why'd they go back to the guest house? They said they knew there were rooms prepared for them in the mansion, right?
いやいや、別にエヴァおばさんを疑ってる
No,
わけ
no,
じ
no,
ゃ
no.
ないっすよ。
I don't think you killed everybody. I'm just asking. I'm just asking questions.
あら、どうだか証明になるかわからないけれど、ゲストハウスに戻ってきた時、源氏さんに出迎えを受けてタオルはいるかと聞かれたわ。
Okay, Genji was at the guest house.
だから私たちがゲストハウスに戻ってきた時間は24時過ぎだと証明してく
We
れ
know
る
for
と
sure
思うわ
Genji
よ。
was at the guest house.
もっとも私の仮説通り使用人たちもグルなのだとしたらこんなのアリバイにならないけどね。
確かにそうっすね。ってことは俺今真犯人と推理ごっこをしてるってことになるんすか？
でも私の名誉のために言わせてもらうけど、遺産目当てだったならこんな変な殺人は
I
し
just
ない
kill
わよ。
everybody normally.
だって遺産相続権を喪失させるだけならど
Yeah,
んな
just
死に
poison
方
them
だ
or
って
something.
構わない。
Didn't have to be so extravagant.
むしろ事故死に見せかけた方がスマートでしょ。使用人たちを抱き込んで周到に計画していたならなおさらそうするでしょうよ。
でしょうよ。
確かにそうっすね。営利で人を殺すなら
She did that good old
それは常に
chessboard
殺人に
flipping
見せる
again.
べきではない。
そういうことよ。 だからおばさんは今からとてもブルーな気持ちなわけ。
ブルー?
警察には黒幕扱いされて散々調べられるでしょうね。やだやだ。
Aunt Eva shrugged with a bitter smile. It was just as easy to suspect Aunt Eva as it was to suspect the servants. So if we spin the chessboard around, does that make it impossible for the culprit to be her, suspicious as she is? However, if that sort of argument always works, then motive can never help us in any way. No, that can't be right. Knowing the motive must give us powerful clues towards knowing the culprit. That's why murderers from all time periods disguise crimes in complicated ways, cleverly preventing their motives from being discovered. I don't get it. I just don't get it. Every time I spin the chessboard around, it keeps flipping from front to back and back to front. Are my thoughts bringing me closer to the truth? Or are they just twisting around? Aunt Eva didn't want to talk anymore after that, so I folded my arms and headed to the window to cool my head a little. Yeah, poor Battler, he's thinking too hard, he's overheating. As I looked over the parlor, I saw George Aniki and the others gathered, talking. It looked like they were talking about the magic circle and that had been painted onto the shutter. As Uncle Hideyoshi thought back to that time, he started drawing the shapes in the margins of Maria's notebook. I see. Since Maria was second only to grandfather in knowledge of the occult, she might understand what it meant.
多分こんな感じだったと思うで。十字架をアレンジしたみたいなマークが書かれとったんや。そしてこんな感じで外周の円を取り囲むように妙な文字がびっしり書き込まれていて、十字架の上下左右の辺と
He remembers the magic circle better than me.
アルファベットとかそういうのとちゃうで。あれはよく言う古代文字とかいうやつや。
あと円周部の頂点に小さなマークがありましたな。小さな丸を5つ十字状に並べ、それぞれを直線で結んだようなマークでした。
ああ、確かにそんなのも書いてあったで。図形的には間違いなくこれや。細かい文字はわからんが、配列はほぼ同じや。
Everyone was staring down this shape, so I started down at it too. From what I'd heard, this had been painted on the shutter to the storehouse with some material that looked like blood. Oh yeah, Battler didn't actually see it himself because the shutter was already up. I see. This sure is unsettling.
こんなわけのわかんねえもんを書きたがるのはじいさまだけだろ。まったく、どこに行っちまったんだ。
So now we think Kinzo did it?
とっ捕まえて意味を聞き出してやりたいぜ。
Jessica's voice contained impatience and anger. She hadn't gone so far as to say grandfather was the culprit, but she seemed sure that grandfather knew something about the culprit's background. Of course, if you were searching for a link connecting the Ushiromiya family to the occult, 10 out of 10 people would think of grandfather. 9 out of 10 dentists say the occult is connected to the Urushiromiya family through Kinzo. Also, to a person who knew nothing of the occult, this strange mark would have made no meaning, which meant that this might have been something addressed to grandfather. That's right, and the reason the crime was shown to the survivors was so they'd find this. In that case, where had grandfather, the essential recipient of this message, disappeared to?
こんな図形に何か心当たりはあるかい?
Yeah, Maria, what do you know? You have a notebook full of this stuff. It's your hyperfixation. Maria looked at the shape with a serious face. Maybe she was enthusiastic because this was her area of expertise. However, her appearance was that of someone separated from the events at hand, as though this thing hadn't been drawn on the shutter closed around her mother's corpse.
僕の第一印象ではどこか外国の十字章に似たデザインだなって思ったかな。
Oh no. That's way worse than witches.
確かにこんなデザインや。ということはそのどこぞの国と何か関係があるんか？
その国の十字章はもともと
I don't know if that's true. I've never heard of this. It could be true or it could be a lie.
つまりこの魔法陣には宗教的な意味があるってことかよ。ますますにちんぷんかんぷんだぜ。
When I looked over at all of them, preparing to jump into the discussion, something shocked me. Maria was smiling, an eerie and incomprehensible expression on her face. It was something from an order of Prussian knights. Oh, okay. It was almost as if she was making fun of everyone's ignorance. It was an expression I wouldn't have dreamed to find on Maria's face. And she laughed. That eerie, jarring laugh was something I didn't want to believe was possible, even though I was looking at it right in front of my eyes. Spooky. The child is spooky.
全然違うよみんな
Kenzo was right about her? That's true. He just thought her vibes were terrible, and actually he was right.
こんなの見てわかんないかな
I can tell this child's vibes are rancid. While everyone was busy skiing scared out of their wits, Maria kept on cackling happily by herself. After a while, that laugh was suddenly and abruptly cut off. Umineko really is Gesugao the game? I don't know what Gesugao is, sorry, that reference is lost on me. But her expression still looked like it belonged to someone completely different from Maria.
これは太陽の7の魔法陣だよ書かれてる文字はヘブライ語貸して
Gesugao is like a Heigao, but when you look evil and smug? Oh, I've never heard that term before. Like, I know what it means now, but I've never heard that term. In which case, yes, I believe, I agree with you. There's much Gesugao in this game. Hideyoshi, don't let yourself be bossed around by an 8-year-old. Come on. Maria stole the writing materials from the stunned Hideyoshi's hand. She then started drawing another magic circle with a rustle right next to the one Hideyoshi had drawn.
ね
Ne?
こんな図形だったんじゃないかな
そんな図形だった。
マリアすごいなさすが詳しいぜ
Jessica tried to smooth things over by praising Maria. Maybe she wanted to confirm that this was still the Maria we all knew so well. But Maria didn't answer her in any way in particular. Ignored! Maria began swiftly writing unfamiliar characters in the corners of the shape. When Uncle Hideyoshi and Dr. Nanjo saw them, their eyes immediately began to open wide.
天地と左右に書かれているのは風化水道を司る天使たちの名
Okay.
カサン、アレル、フォルラク、そしてタリアハド
Oh god, what is this SMT now?
そして斜め四方には
Are we gonna fuse them
四代
into
の王たちの名
into Metatron?
アリエル、セラフ、タルシス、ケルブ合ってる
Even if they had been able to correctly write what they had seen, when they were once again shown something identical, it wasn't difficult for them to realize the two were the same. When Maria asked them whether it matched, Uncle Hideyoshi and Dr. Nanjo nodded over and over again.
間違いないそうや確かにこんな文字が書かれとったなんでこんなん書けるんや
あと演習部にも文字が書かれておりましたな
わかってるよこうでしょ
What gives this 9-year-old girl the right to be so smug? Maria quickly began to surround the circumference with more Hebrew writing.
旧約聖書の詩編第116編の16節と17節だよ聖書くらい読んでなきゃ
No! Why would I do that? Why would I ever read the Bible? That's for straight people. Maybe I could look them up, though. 16. Psalm 116, verse 16. Truly I am your servant, Lord. I serve you just as my mother did. You have freed me from my chains. Oh, okay. 17. I will sacrifice a thank offering to you and call on the name of the Lord. Oh, okay. It's just about sacrifice. Very good. That figures, right? For a while, everyone, including me, was at a loss for words. A little later, George Aniki returned to his senses and slowly managed to speak.
すごいね。驚いたよ。それでこの魔法陣にはどんな意味があるんだい？
太陽の力を借りる魔法陣だよ。
The sun.
黄金で描き、護符にして身につけたる者はいかなる牢獄であろうとも、束縛から逃れ、
Okay.
自由を得られる力を授けられる。
But it wasn't drawn in gold, it was drawn in blood.
自由を得られる。意味深だぜ。
So deep.
この束縛という意
You're
味
so
は
deep,
何
Maria.
も肉体的なものだけを指さないと解釈されている。だから縛られて牢屋にいる人ばかりに意味があるわけじゃないよ。
George asking the 9-year-old to explain Bionicles to him.
しがらみや逃れぬ運命など精神的な
I
束
would
縛から
love
の
to
解
hear
放を
Maria
意味
explain
しているん
Bionicle
だ
lore
よ
to me. That would be really funny.
しがらみや逃れ得ぬ運命か。
That would be, if she were born about 15 years later, that would definitely be her thing.
これまた意味深だな。
Bionicles don't exist anymore, unfortunately, Dia Diamonds. I wish Bionicles were still a thing. Bionicles rule. I don't know why Lego doesn't revive Bionicles. They're great.
しかしさ、
They were always my favorite Lego thing. I recently saw that Lego Optimus Prime, and I thought it looked pretty cool because it can transform, but it's like $170. And I'm like, look, I understand the Lego brand tax is pretty high, but like for $170, I would just buy an actual high-end Optimus figure.
それとあの6人の遺体とどんな関係があるっちゅうんや。束縛からの解放どころか殺された上に倉庫に閉じ込め
Like
ら
you
れ
could
たんや
probably
で。
buy one of the cheaper end of the Kuro Furai figures with that
別に
money.
その6人のために
And those look
魔法
way
陣
better
が
than
描かれて
Legos.
るわけじゃないね。魔法陣のために6人はそこにいるんでし
Yes,
ょ。
they were the required
お気の毒
sacrifice.
だよ。
どういう意味だい？
How many Gundam Master Grades is that? It's like 2.5. I guess it depends on the Master Grade. Because, like, one, plastic shortage due to COVID has made them go up in price, which sucks. So, like, one of the really big ones, like the Virtue Gundam from 00, you know, the one that goes, that starts off as a Chungus and then goes twink modes, is, that's like over 100 right now. Normally it'd be like 80, I think.
魔法陣のために
But the
6
average
人がいる
Master
っての
Grade
は
is like $40 to $50, so like 2.5. Maria lifted up her pointer finger and waggled it as if she were making fun of us.
それは演習部に書いてるよ。読めないかな。
No, I can't read Hebrew. I'm in
支
Japan
援
in
第116節と
1986.
17節。読んであげるよ。
Oh, okay. I guess I didn't have to read those Psalms before. She'll just say
主
it
は
for us.
私の枷を解かれました。私はあなたに感謝の生贄を捧げ、主の皆を呼ぶでしょう。ね。
Well, that's close enough to what I read, I guess. It's probably a bit of a liberal interpretation.
何を言ってるのかさっぱりだぜ。
生贄だってのか。
Yes. If what Maria had just read aloud was a vital part of the magic circle, then it was saying that sacrifices had to be offered in order for this magic circle to be effective. So human sacrifices had been offered inside the storehouse where the magic circle had been drawn. A heartbeat later, everyone else seemed to reach the same conclusion. Some people were shocked, and others spat out that this was insane as they punched their knees. This was starting to get incredibly disturbing, and we couldn't accept it or understand it. I don't care what kind of magic circles or curses other people believe in. I won't pick a fight with them. Did they really kill Dad and the rest of our sacrifices for crap like that? I just couldn't stand that feeling. Compared to this, I preferred it when we were so disgusted by that theory about the fight over the inheritance. As I started getting pissed off with a feeling between anger and sadness, I broke from the circle everyone was in and returned once again to the window. I think Battler just thinks, like, staring out the window into the rain with his arms folded behind him also makes him look aloof and cool. I think he also thinks that a little bit. Something had gone insane since yesterday. There was that letter from the witch Beatrice that Maria had read aloud at last night's dinner. It is what all cool detectives do. He's right. Ever since that point, it feels like like this whole mansion and this whole island have been getting more and more firmly locked inside some kind of bizarre world. That's right. When I think back on it, that letter was an invitation from the witch. The ruler of the nighttime island had invited us inhabitants of the day into another world. The phone and the radio had been interrupted and the island was shut off by the typhoon, so you really could call this place another world cut off from the real one by now. Yeah, as this island is now, it's perfectly normal for a witch to send us letters and for human sacrifices to be offered up for the sake of magic circles. So what will happen next? Will some weird people wearing goat masks start viewing the Bond Festival dance or something? What's the Bond Festival? Is that like Comiket? Ah, it's hopeless, I don't get it. The inside of my head's all screwed up and I don't even know what to think. Anger, sadness, the opposing emotions all swirled up together and they started to suck me in. Unable to resist, I could do nothing but cover my eyes with my hands and trust to my mind and body as I started getting sucked in. I think that just means he's taking a nap. As I started losing heart, I began to recall a memory from when I was small. It was from when I was very young. I had unfortunately seen a scary occult movie on TV, and for a while I hadn't even been able to go to the bathroom by myself. That old bastard gave an exaggerated laugh and said this. It's good to know Rudolph's voice actor gets to get a little more of a paycheck in. He only got to be here for like half a chapter. Very cool, Rudolph. Good old Rudolph, I hate my wife. I hate all of my wives. Ushiramiya. Fucking Yakuza mini-boss looking ass. Fear is for cucks, Battler. You're not a cuck, are you? Seriously, why have I been acting so damn thick-headed? I was totally taken in. Don't try to mess with me. This is the human world. Oh, hang on. This is kind of going off. Dun 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 dun. I don't give a damn about witches, demons, magics, circles, and sacrifices. The human who killed Dad and everyone else is still on this island. That's all there is to it, right? The next person who started speaking to my heart was Kirie-san. Alright, well, let's not start talking about the end of the game yet, Kirie. We still got like 7 chapters to go. This is gonna be a long chess game. This is just like Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm pretty sure Mia said something like this to me in Ace Attorney. Is Kirie our Mia?
どうしても考えが固く
She
なっ
just
て
appears as a
相
ghost
手
to
の手
tell
を
us
読
how
む
to
こと
solve
に
a
まで
crime
考
every
え
now
が
and
至
then.
らない。
Remember to trust your client, Battler-san.
そういう時はね、チェス盤をひっくり返す。
Spin the chessboard around. It's true. All of our ghost mentors in VN mystery games have huge milkers. With all my strength, I slap my face with both hands. See, even Ryunosuke does that. He does the same animation, the slap. Now my eyes were truly open. When you don't understand anything and you're completely cornered, just like I am now, isn't that the perfect time to spin the chessboard around? See, it's really funny, because spin the chessboard around isn't what they say in Ace Attorney, but they do say something very similar, which is just like, reverse your thinking or something like that. Mio always said something like that. While on the defensive, we can't even guess at the culprit's scheme. If we spin it around and look at it that way, just what might we see? First off, at the time the culprit committed the murders, they knew the island was being cut off by the typhoon. Therefore, they should have understood that even if they carried out the murders, they wouldn't be able to get away early the next morning. In short, the culprit had begun without securing a way to escape. Furthermore, that bastard tossed the corpses in the storehouse. That was even kind of enough to say, here they are, with that weird bit of graffiti. In other words, since we'd probably find the corpses sooner or later, they wanted to show them to us. If we'd all been dim and hadn't noticed the storage shed, the culprit's goal would not have been achieved, would it? Heh, if you think about it that way, that bastard of a culprit, since this morning, they've been watching our every move with bated breath. After all, if we hadn't been so kind to discover what was in the storehouse, all of that hard work and preparation they did last night would have just gone poof. What did the culprit want to make us feel by showing us the corpses in the storehouse? All 6 of the bodies had their faces noticeably destroyed. Was it a grudge? A warning? The defacement of the bodies had occurred after death, so it hadn't been the means by which the culprit had killed, so it wasn't a torture method or anything. It didn't mean anything to those who had been killed. It did have meaning to those who had found the bodies. The culprit wanted to make it appear that they had been killed so brutally. Ha! After thinking this way, I really want to tell that bastard to stop taking me so lightly. Who just danced to that tune? If you're told, please be scared, you can't just say, really? Sure thing. When someone tells the great Uchiro Miya Battler the entrance is right here, I'm the kind of guy who will stop wanting to sneak in through the window. Battler's the kind of guy, you played like D&D with Battler, and like, you've got a completely innocuous building, and he's the guy who always tries to investigate. He's the guy who always tries to investigate everything about it, suspecting some sort of trap, and you as a DM just have to be like, no, it's normal. It's normal. You don't have to investigate every little thing. The next thing that he had me concerned, there's a ton of Umineko fan games of them just playing D&D. So if Battler doesn't do that thing I just said, that's none of those are in character. But I can definitely see how that would work, cause like, I mean, the whole premise of this is it real? And I mean, you know, D&D is the game of imagination. The next thing that had me concerned was the so-called magic circle on the shutter. As Maria, who had shown that her knowledge of the occult rivaled grandfather's, had recognized, the magic circle was genuine. They must have drawn that thing in pitch-black darkness, taking a lot of time and holding an umbrella in one hand. Isn't that amount of hard work and perfectionism impressive? What purpose would have been worth all of that effort? If we were looking for a fan of the occult in this mansion, most likely all of us would naturally suspect grandfather. Did they want to make us think grandfather was involved? But if that's all they wanted, they could have just drawn any old scribble that looked like a magic circle. It wasn't like any of us amateurs would be able to tell the difference between genuine and fake. However, this magic circle was genuine, and furthermore, it had even been written in Hebrew. So this magic circle had a message that could only be understood by someone with knowledge of the occult. A message is a form of communication. By sending it, they were hoping for a reaction. A reaction? For some reason, we couldn't find Grandfather now. I don't know how Grandfather might have spotted the magic circle on the shutter, but Did he choose to hide himself in reaction to that? No, was it a trap to make us suspect that grandfather had participated? You could read it either way. Damn, that's annoying. What kind of reaction was the culprit hoping to get out of us by putting on this occult show? Somehow, they felt like the culprit's weak point. The letter from Beatrice that Maria had read aloud during last night's dinner sprang back into my mind. This was a freak who'd asked us to enjoy a battle of wits. Isn't that interesting? This is a battle of wits between us and the witch. Will we be sucked up by her occult game first? Or will we pull off her fake skin first? There's a whole day until the typhoon passes. Why not enjoy ourselves? It's just a fun little game. Just a fun little battle of wits, a fun little parlor mystery. Even though 6 people have died. But whatever, it's all just to have a good time. I finally noticed that the inside of the parlor had gone quiet again. Everyone had sunk into their favorite sofas, some deep in thought, some irritated, some acting depressed. Maria was once again enjoying the TV as if she'd never left it. It looked like she found the commercials more fun than the boring program, and she happily yelled, "Ooh, ooh," and giggled. I stared at each person's appearance in turn. If there isn't a 19th person, the culprit must be in this room. How very tense. You think Battler would be a JFK's assassination enthusiast? I think Battler definitely thinks it was the mob. Or rather, it was the FBI on behalf of the mob. Right now, Aunt Natsuhi searching the mansion with the servants, right? Then we couldn't say in this room. In this mansion is where the culprit has to be. It was the FBI on half of the FBI? I don't know, I always thought the theory that, was it his dad, JFK's dad, had, like, bought favors from the mob to help JFK get elected, and, didn't pay them back, so that's why they helped assassinate him? I always thought that one was fun. But it probably was just the FBI. After all, it's possible Aunt Natsuhi was behind this, and we still couldn't deny that one of the servants might be the killer. Anyone could be guilty. Still, Aunt Natsuhi and the rest sure are taking their time. Of course, it's not a small mansion, but isn't this taking a little too long just to walk around, checking the windows and the doors? Just as I was thinking this, Aunt Natsuhi and the rest returned. Not one of them was missing, but our relief was short-lived. Everyone looked at Aunt Natsuhi in shock. The talk I'd had with Aunt Eva started to creep back into my mind. The possibility that the culprits had enough in numbers or weapons to kill all of those 6 at once. Hello! That is a really tiny shotgun. Just like the Doom music starts playing. That's a really tiny shotgun. That's valid, I guess. 6 people did just get murdered. After all, that thing in Aunt Natsuhi's hands was a rifle. A rifle? Are you sure? Are you sure about that? You're sure that's a rifle, Ryukishi? Really? At a glance, its silhouette looked like a lot like a hunting gun, but it was unusually short and kind of looked like a kid-sized weapon. However, it had a weightiness to it that made it clear it was no kid's toy. Yeah, what rifle has pump action? This is just like the opening of Shadow the Hedgehog when he pumps the machine gun.
ご存知でしたか? そうです。お父様の古いコレクションの中にあったことを思い出し、探し出してきました。
ひゅー。すっげえ。
I didn't even know there was an Umineko gacha. There's a gacha?
夏日おばさん。それ
Oh yeah, I guess there are Winchester rifles. I guess this is what this could be. Oh, pachinko. Oh, I can switch. This is the pachinko art. There it is. Yeah, this still looks like a shotgun to me. Pachinko and gacha are not the same thing. They're both gambling, but they're different. This still looks like a shotgun to me. This is a kind of gun called a mare's leg. It's a real gun. Let me look this up. Mare's leg gun. Well, I'll be damned. How about that? How about that? That's exactly what it looks like. It looks so much like a shotgun. I'm sorry for doubting you, Ryukishi. I'm sorry for doubting you. I'm sorry for doubting your knowledge of old guns. What the hell is a mare's leg? Let me see what Wikipedia has to say about a mare's leg. The mare's leg was the name given to a customized shortened rifle used by Steve McQueen's character on the television series Wanted Dead or Alive. Okay. McQueen's character was named Josh Randall, and the gun had also been referred to as a Winchester Randall or a Randall Special. Mare's leg is now a generic term for a Winchester Model 1892, or modern derivative, with a shortened barrel and stock. I see. So it is a real gun, but it's just named after a prop gun. That's interesting. The model 1887 mare's leg was probably used by the character in... Oh yeah! In Terminator 2. So a different model of this gun was the one used by the Terminator. I see. Other appearances? Oh, it does mention, in the visual novel, Umineko When They Cried, the character Kinzo Ushiromiya is mentioned to be a fan of westerns and possesses a mare's leg gun as an imitation of Steve McQueen's character in Wanted Dead or Alive. Well, there you go. I'm sorry for doubting your vision, Ryukishi, that... How could... Of course, Kinzo's a huge Westaboo. It all makes sense. There we go. It is very real. He used it to scare away wild birds. I guess that by extension makes Ryukishi a pretty big Westaboo too. Well, that's probably because you were a little girl? Why would you... I feel like Kinzo's many things, but he knows about gun safety. I love how everybody reacts, like, not with, like, fear or anything. They're just like, wow, that's cool. That gun is cool. 大好きなのよ。
結構年季の入った銃のようですね。でもこんな短い使用のは初めて見ました。
ああ、思い出したわその銃。
Are they just gonna mention Wanted Dead or Alive here?
懐かしいな。
Steve McQueen, Wanted Alive or Dead. Yes, my favorite Western actor, Steve McQueen.
お父さんも渋いな。
親方様がだいぶ昔に
Kids are just a huge West to
特
me.
別
That's
にお取り寄せ
hilarious.
になられたものです。ご覧の通り実銃ですので。
Yeah, I feel like that's illegal, actually. Ordering a gun, because, like, guns are mostly illegal in Japan, aren't they?
手に入れられたばかりの頃は大層気に入られておりまして、撃つより薬莢を出す動作が面白いらしくて、裏の森でいろいろとカッコつけて遊んでおられたもんですよ。
No, this is in the 80s. This is 86. Rifles and shotguns can be owned in Japan? Oh, okay.
しかし物騒ね。そんなものまで持ち出しちゃうのかしら。万が一に備えてです。
Yeah, maybe they have something against importing weapons? I don't know. I do remember something about how, like, Japan has had a very hard limit on weapons for a long time. Like, even going as far back to, like, the period before guns were common. Like, the regular person wasn't allowed to own a sword, if I remember correctly. And that just kind of ended up extending to guns in the future? Maybe I'm just not... My knowledge is incomplete. They just sanely limit automatics and handguns since people don't tend to commit crimes with a 4-foot-long rifle. Well, not there.
族はおそらく一人ではないでしょう。しかも主人たちを6人も殺した恐ろしい相手です。私には主人に代わって皆さんを明日まで守る義務がありますので。
I guess that's valid. As Natsuhi-san said this, she slumped down into one of the sofas and took a deep breath. She had been trying to find grandfather, as well as check the doors and windows. Since grandfather wasn't with her, she probably still didn't know where he was.
屋敷内の戸締まりは厳重に確認してきました。ですが、万が一ということもあります。みんな、なるべくここに一緒にいた方がいいでしょう。
That would be safe.
そうね。
And also so you can keep an eye on everybody.
相互監視をしている方が安心だわ。
Yeah, exactly. That's what I
それ
said.
はどういう意味ですか、エヴァさん。
What did she mean by this? Natsuni?
夏日姉さんの意見に賛成しただけよ。
There was a stormy atmosphere between the two of them. Isn't there always? You think about who has the most suspicious from the inheritance problem at Sandpoint, Aunt Eva was the obvious answer. However, there was no proof that Aunt Natsuhi was innocent. No, if you view Beatrice's letter as one of Grandfather's complicated pranks, and think of this crime as just an extension of that. Oh yeah, it was just one of his old pranks murdering half of his family. There's more than enough reason to suspect even Grandfather. Also, Aunt Natsuhi thought the criminal was on the outside, but Aunt Eva thought the criminal was on the inside. In short, it was the question of whether or not a 19th person exists. That same question has been repeated endlessly since last night's dinner, with the letter from the witch who called herself Beatrice. So was the culprit among us, or not? And did the witch Beatrice exist or not? If you can assume that something as stupid as a witch can't exist, you're basically saying that one of these relatives here who share a common bloodline is the culprit. That too, but Battler's already on this kick. Ah, witches are stupid. That's silly. They can't exist. If that was too unpleasant, it'd be much more comfortable to simply accept the fairy tale-like character of the witch. A witch? A witch drawing a bizarre magic circle and offering human sacrifices? If I could accept that rubbish, I'd be able to trust all the people in this room. However, damn common sense got in the way. It kept repeating that witches don't exist. In that case, the culprit must be among us. In the middle of the seemingly endless rain, none of us could break the silence. Among us. Eye catch. It's now 1 p.m., I assume. I don't think it's 1 a.m. It was daytime. I don't think we skipped that far ahead. Lunch ended and the servants removed the tableware and went to the kitchen. The wind and rain neither weakened nor strengthened, and the island remained cut off from the outside world. At first, it seemed as though Natsuhi planned to stop anyone from taking a step outside the room, but when it came time to prepare lunch, she finally realized this would be impossible. However, in order to avoid having anyone in the kitchen, she told the 3 servants to go together. Because of that, the servants were the first ones given the right to leave the stuffy parlor, which had been packed with 11 people. Since breakfast had immediately followed that terrible incident, preventing most of us from eating much, everyone tore into their lunches in silence.
私が洗いますから、源氏さんとカノン君は少し休んでいてくださいな。
How
何
sweet.
か飲みます？
How nice of her. She's just a grandma.
私は結構。カノンは
僕も結構です。
No, I'm not
お
hungry.
二人とも
I'm just
早朝から
furniture.
大
I don't need
変だった
anything.
でしょ？参ってしまうのも仕方ないことですよ。
The only noise was that of Kumasawa washing the dishes, which resounded throughout the kitchen. Genji and Kanon sat in the same chairs as a short distance away, their eyes lightly closed. Just as Kumasawa had said, those two had probably built up a great deal of fatigue. But that didn't mean they could let it show in front of their relatives. Avoiding that was one of their virtues. After the silence had continued for some time, Kanon opened his mouth and muttered,
シャナ、どうしてあんなひどい死に方を。
死に方のことは忘れなさい。
Just don't think about it.
ただ、運がなかっただけだ。
そうですね。ただ、
Yeah, just
運が
bad
な
luck,
かっただ
that's
け
all.
です。
Not some sort of intentional arrangement. They both fell silent once again. Kanon's expression was filled with grief.
シャノンちゃんが死んじゃったなんて。未だに信じられませんよ。本当にかわいそうに。
That's right. You and me, Kanon, as Genji said, we're just furniture. We're just chairs. So we don't have to feel sad that your sister is dead.
もう一度あの子の笑顔が見たかったのに。
Kumasawa spoke with her back facing them. After all, Kumasawa hadn't seen Shannon's corpse, so she had no trouble mentioning Shannon's face. When Kanon heard those words, it reminded him again of how only half of Shannon's face had been left, and his grieving expression twisted even further. So, it's pretty clear Canon also believes in Beatrice.
どうしてどうして。
ただ運が悪かっただけだ。
Because he had that conversation with Kinzo earlier. That was pretty like, yes, I definitely believe in all of this bullshit. He and Kinzo are both believers, and I'm assuming Genji also is.
少しの運がたがえばシャノンの代わりにあそこに横たわっていたのは私だったのかもしれないし、お前だったのかもしれない。あるいは他の誰かだったのかもしれない。
Well, there's very limited options on this island.
すべては運命だ。
Yes, our good old devil's roulette.
奥様の部屋の扉に血のような跡がついていたとおっしゃっていましたね。シャッターに書かれていたのと同じもので。
What could it mean?
君の悪い跡だった。まるで血のついた指でドアノブを引き抜こうとするかのような。
Spooky.
いや、扉をかき破ろうとしたのか。そんな君の悪い跡だった。
ベアトリーチェ様が奥様の部屋を落とす。
Oh, Maria gave her the charm.
そして扉を開こうとしたけれど開けなかった。
It's because Maria gave her the charm. Genji thought back to the time he had seen those traces of blood on the door to Natsuhi's room. With the substance sticking to the door around the doorknob and the marks of something scratches against the door, it had definitely appeared as though someone had tried to open the door but couldn't.
どうして奥様は生贄を免れたんだ。もし奥様が選ばれてたなら、シャノンは死ななくて済んだのに。
Just then, a loud, sharp noise came in from the hall. Both of them turned around, surprised.
面白そうな話じゃねえか。
Haha, sorry, I was just eavesdropping on your conversation.
俺も混ぜてくれよ。
Before any of the servants realized it, Battler was standing in the doorway to the kitchen.
バトラ様、これは失礼いたしました。
Genji-san and Kanon's-kun stood up, surprised and hastily bowed. But I didn't care about stuff like that. I was more concerned with continuing their discussion.
便所って言って抜けさせてもらったのさ。ずっとあの部屋に閉じ込められてると窒息しちまいそうだったからな。
Battler definitely thought he was super cool there. Oh, I'm so aloof and mysterious. I bet they were so surprised. That's definitely what he's thinking.
頭なんか下げなくていいぜ。今の話の続きを聞かせてくれよ。
今のは別に。
ちょいと前から話は聞かせてもらってるんだ。今さら隠すなよ。
Come on, spill the beans, kid.
ベアトリーチェってのは何者だ？
Hello, anime cups.
おとぎ話の魔女ってだけじゃなさそうだな。
Yeah, you keep talking about Beatrice like she's real or something. In his head, he's Jotaro, definitely. Yeah. It makes me think of those like pages that somebody rewrote from Stardust Crusaders where it has like Jotaro's internal narration where he's like you know the page where he's like where he gives Steely Dan his receipt. He's like, "Huh, that was so cool. It was so witty." Oh, I have no doubt Ryukishi is a fan of Columbo. That's what Battler makes me think of, that specific interpretation of Jotaro, where he acts stoic and stuff, but is internally always thinking of how can I say something cool? What is my good one-liner here? Except he vocalizes all those parts. Kanon-kun averted his gaze. It was obvious that he didn't want to talk about this, which only made me want to ask even more. While making an effort to smile, I grabbed the collar of his shirt. Yeah, he's so trying to act like Jotaro right now.
今朝からは違う。親父たちを殺された時点で、俺は立派な関係者だ。俺にも そのうさんくさそうな話を聞かせてもらう資格があるはずだぜ。
I glared into Canon's eyes as he continued to avert his gaze in apparent pain. Since there was a big difference in our heights, Canon had to stand on his toes, and it looked like it hurt a bit.
バトラさん、手を離してやってくださいな。別にカノンさんは隠
He's
している
hiding
わけでは
something.
ないので
He's
す。
hiding a little bit.
じゃあ話してくれたっていいじゃねえか。仲間外れたら寂しいぜ。
When I tried to further twist up his collar, Genji-san cut between us and spoke. In his expression were faint traces that he'd made up his mind to do something. Apparently, he had no intention of hiding it.
お話しすることはできます。
Tell me the story. Story time.
バトラ様がお気を悪くなされるかもしれませんので。
Tell me about the funny witch.
躊躇なんて男らしくねえぜ。内緒にされる方が気持ち悪いさ。聞かせてくれよ。どうせ明日までできることはないんだ。
And more people
う
die.
さんくさい話の方が退屈も紛れるってもん
A
だぜ。
slightly spooky story. He'll admit it's a little bit spooky, but not that it's spooky enough to scare him. Genji-san and Kanon-kun looked at each other, then nodded as though they'd decided to talk.
わかりました。何でもお聞きください。お話しします。
ああ、じゃあ聞くぜ。ベアトリーチェってのは一体何なんだ。
Beatrice.
俺が知ってる限りではロケン島の森に住まう魔女ってことになってる。森に入ると危ないからってんで
It's not a story the
ばあ
Jedi
さま
would
あた
tell
り
you.
が作り出した脅し話だって聞いてる。違うのか。
いえ、違いません。その通りです。ベアトリーチェ様は六軒島の森に住まわれる魔女であらせられます。
バトラ様、にわかには信じられないでしょうが、ベアトリーチェ様は存在するのです。
The witch is real.
親方様に莫大な黄金を授け、
Where did she get it all, though?
長いことおそばにお仕えした。
Well, she did say in the letter she was an. Sorry if I By the way, I'm sorry if I cut off some of the dialogue sometimes. Sometimes I hear a slightly long pause, and I'm like, oh, that means I can move on. But then I realize that's not how people talk. What was I saying? Oh yeah, in the letter, Beatrice said she was an alchemist, so I guess that's how we're supposed to assume she got all the gold. She made it with alchemy.
よせやいよせやい。じいさまの受け売りを言うのも
I still like the
給料の
funny
うちだ
theory
った
that
の
it's just
か
the lost Nazi gold. I think that's funnier. I laughed like it was a joke, but neither Genji-san nor Kanon-kun laughed. Not even Kumasawa Ba-chan, who was avoiding my eyes, flustered as she started washing the dishes. So unfortunately, I was the only one laughing, which means it wasn't funny and was instead just kind of awkward. Painfully, bitterly.
なるほど。源氏さんが断るだけはあるぜ。こいつは確かに正気じゃ気を悪くする。つまりベアトリーチェっていう名の人物は実在するんだな。
はい。親方様がこの島にお屋敷を構える以前から
The whole
ずっと
time.
お仕えしている方でございます。おそらく私よりも長くお仕えしているでしょう。
Ah, she got to him first. I'm sorry, Genji. That means you got friend-zoned.
なんてこった。桐江さんの仮説は外れたな。じいさまにベアトリーチェという名の腹心は実在したってわけだ。そいつは今
Yeah, she was a
この島にいる
rank
んだな。
12 confidant social link.
はい。いらっしゃっていると思います。
曖昧な言い方だな。ってことは昨日今日そいつの顔を見たってわけじゃな
Or
さそう
ever. Or ever, probably.
はい。大変申し上げがたいのですが、その
Kanon-kun once again dropped his gaze, avoiding my eyes.
なんだよ、そこで切るなよ。寸止めみたいで気持ち悪いぜ。
I urged him on jokingly again. However, it looked like Kanon was still confused as to whether he should speak or not. Then Kumasawa Ba-chan whispered. Oh, Kumasawa loves nothing more than to get in on a spooky story.
お顔を見ようにも、ベアトリーチェ様にはお姿がありませんから。
Well, that's not true. She's got a painting right there. She has a
お
form.
姿がなんだって？
ベアトリーチェ様にはお体がありません。ですからベアトリーチェ様がお望みにならない限り、私ども凡庸。
ベアトリーチェ様が人の姿をされていた頃の絵があの肖像画のものなのだとか。そのお姿を懐かしみ、よく肖像画の前に佇まれているそうな。
Yeah, he's her tier 3 sub. That's right, Kenzo is.
ベアトリーチェ様は時折輝く蝶の姿に身を変えられて現れることがあります。毎
That's what
日
Shannon saw.
お屋敷の中でお見かけした場合には決してその後を追ってはならない決まりです。追えば不幸があると囁かれています。その禁を破り大怪我をして辞めた使用人も実際にいます。
It was the guy before Goda, right? Who fell down the
マ
stairs.
ジかよ。あんたら本気でそんな話をしているのかよ。
バトラス様、すでにベアトリーチェ様がお越し
She
に
is
なっておら
already
れます。
here.
そのようなお言葉はよろしくないかと思われます。
ベアトリーチェ様はご自身を冒涜され
She
ることを
she doesn't like it when you talk shit about her. I feel like this will only encourage Battler to talk shit more.
その存在を疑えば必ずや不幸が降りかかるでしょう。
バトラさん、気持ちの悪いお話とお思いでしょ。ですがね、ベアトリーチェ様はいるんですよ。
います。それを疑われる。
Okay, I don't like the quotes you're using.
ベアトリーチェ様はことのほか嫌われます。
You're putting it in little quotes that mean it's like true but also not true.
ベアトリーチェ様は今すでにここにお越しになっております。
おいおいよせよ。俺そういうのは弱いんだぜ。脅しっこなしにしろよ。
However, there was no trace of a joke in the eyes of the three servants. On the surface, I laughed and tried to look unconcerned, but I was quickly starting to sober up. Their eyes were also sobering up fast.
バトラさん、お願いですから、ベアトリーチェ様を冒涜することはおやめください。悪いことは申し上げません。
Kumasawa Ba-chan, who is usually cheerful and would always tease people, now spoke with a totally serious face.
いや、いるって言われてもよ。俺には何も見えないぜ。
Well, they did just say she has no
俺の
form.
隣
Keep up
にいると
here.
でも言うのかよ。冗談よせやい。
Uh-oh. Oh, they're gonna say she's like possessing Maria or something. Just then, that unnerving laugh suddenly filled the kitchen. Hey, what's up? When I turned around, Maria was standing there by the entrance. Yeah, that's what they're gonna say. Beatrice is possessing Maria. But her expression and the feeling about her, her presence, felt exactly the same as the servants.
波長の合う合わないは生まれつきだよ。バトラは生まれつき波長が合わないタイプなんだ
Battler,
よ。
your vibes suck.
だから見えない。会えない。話せない。
Your vibes are off, Battler. Sorry, you can't see the witch.
ベアトリーチェの一番嫌いなタイプだよ。
Maria laughed like it was funny, but it sounded extremely eerie. It was almost like she was laughing at me because I alone didn't understand.
ベアトリーチェのことが知りたい？ベアトリーチェはね、1000年の魔女なんだよ。
Ah, Gilf.
あらゆる悪魔を刺激し、錬金術を極め、賢者の石を生み出し、莫大な黄金を生み出すことができる。おじいさまは彼女と契約することで、後ろ宮家に莫大な富を
Yeah, that's
築いたん
exactly
だ
what I thought. They say she used alchemy to make the gold.
昨日私がベアトリーチェの手紙を読んだでしょ？あれは本当なんだよ。 バトラに信じろと言っても無理な話だろうけど、六感が生まれつきさっぱりみたいだからね。
You're a normie, Battler.
なんだよそれ。魔女？悪魔？そんなの誰に聞いたんだよ。
ベアトリーチェ本人に聞いたんだ
She
よ。
tells me things all the time. Maria kept doing that unpleasant laugh. However, the servants who watched over this didn't even blink. She heard it from that witch in the portrait adorning the entrance hall. Maria kept on laughing in a weird voice as though this was nothing more or less than the truth.
マリア、聞くだけ野暮だろうが、もう一回聞くぜ。昨日、マリアにあの手紙を渡したのは誰だ？
ベアトリーチェにもらったって何度言えばわかるかな。わかんないよね。見えないんだもんね。信じられないもんね。
Just then, Maria's laughter suddenly stopped.
バトラ、
Oh, that was a spooky sound. I don't know what that means.
まだわかんない？ベアトリーチェ様がいるのが。
いるって、どこにさ？
だからベアトリーチェ様がここにいるのが。
That's right. Now that I think about it, I've been feeling for a while now that the servants' eyes haven't been pointed in quite the right direction. I'd figured they were just staring absent-mindedly, but that wasn't the case. The four here, Genji-san, Kanon-kun, Kumasawa-san, and Maria, everyone except me, was looking at a spot right behind me. Oh, she's standing right behind you! She's gonna, I don't know, dump water on your head. Holding my breath tightly, I slowly looked over my shoulder. Of course, there wasn't anyone there. I've known that the whole time. However, everyone in the room except me was focusing on the point as if someone was there.
ベアトリーチェは1000年を生きた偉大な黄金の魔女。でも波長の合う人間にしか自分の姿を見せられないし。
She's saying all kinds of mean things about you, Battler, but you can't hear it because your vibes suck.
だからね、それがとても悲しいんだよ。だからバトラみたいな生まれつき魔法のセンスもかけらのない人に存在を否定されるのがものすごく嫌いなんだよ。バトラは幸運だよ。昨日私にお守りをもらっていてよかったね。それを身につけていなかったら。
Yeah, she gave him one of her charms too. She gave one to him, George, Jessica, and Natsuhi.
本当に幸運なんだよ、バトラは。
ああ、あのサソリのキーホルダーかよ。
I wonder how this will be resolved because, like, I just know, you know, one of the things I know from cultural osmosis is that, of course, Battler communicates with Beatrice later. I wonder how this will be resolved. Obviously, don't spoil it or I'll kill you.
それがなかったら今頃バトラがあの倉庫の中で顔面を砕かれて生贄にされていたんだよ。幸運だったよ、バトラ
You're
は。
a lucky boy. Is it really luck? Because Maria gave it to them specifically.
あれがなかったら、俺は今頃殺されてたってのか。
なんでバトラはベアトリーチェを信じないの？
I don't know, it's really convenient. Oh, she's real, you just can't see her.
いるのに。
But she's right there, I promise.
今そこにほら。ね、信じる気になったでしょ？信じなよ。マリアにお守りをもらったことを感謝しながら。あれがなければバトラは今頃倉庫の中。代わりに誰か一人が助かっていたかもしれないね。
Right then, I burst into laughter. playing witches had been pretty fun up until a second ago, but unfortunately, that last one seemed to be too much for me to gloss over. Get her ass. Rip into this 9-year-old. Beat her ass. Own her with facts and logic. Mudada. When Maria saw me suddenly start laughing, she stopped. Even though she didn't understand what I was laughing at, she realized it wouldn't be pleasant for her.
お前が傷つくだろうと思ったから俺黙ってたけどよ。お前にもらったお守りよ。俺ポケットに入れたつもりだったんだけどよ。どっかに落っことしちまったんだぜ。
Oh.
だから俺が今この瞬間に無事なのはお守りのおかげでもねえし。悪いが俺は自分の目で見たものしか信じない。
I can't believe this is how he owns her. Yeah, I just dropped it somewhere.
ないのか波長魔法のセンス悪いが俺はそういう眉唾なもんは一切信じねえぜ。クラスの女が霊感がいいの悪いのって言い出すのを聞いてると虫唾が走るのさ。
To be fair, I also hate women who are into astronomy. Or wait, is it astrology? I always get them mixed up. It's astronomy, isn't it? White women who are into astronomy are the worst kind of women. Astrology, that's it. One of them's an actual science.
そう簡単にはいかねえってことはよく肝に銘じておきやがるってんだ。
バトラ様。
Your sign is incompatible with X and Y. No, I make my vibes bad on purpose to be incompatible with everybody. And then I force them to be around me, because it's funny.
だが、俺が信じるかどうかは常に俺が悪いがこの目で見るまで
I like how
ベアトリーチェなんてうさんくさいものの存在を信じるわけにはいかないぜ。
I like how the text advances at different frequencies sometimes. Like sometimes it just, appears letter by letter normally, but when it wants to emphasize something, it does that where like the one who decides is always me to like get the cadence of his speech. That's pretty cool. Sorry. I spoke forcefully and sharply. Then Maria started cackling again.
それでいいんじゃない？いずれお前のような波長が全然合わない人の目にもベアトリーチェは見えるようになる。もうじき蘇るんだよ。ベアトリーチェはね。
Hang on, I want to Okay, on the 9th twilight. That's a while from now. That's like 8 days from now. If it's being literal.
一緒にいっぱいお話をしたり遊んだりしようって約束してるんだよ。疑う必要も無理に信じる必要も全くない。現れるんだよ。もうじきね。
That's like a week from now. That's a long time actually. I am actually going to take a very quick break to refill my water, take a little sip of my chalice. It will be very quick, I promise. Don't worry. It'll just be a short break. So I'll see you in a few minutes. Sorry for the wait. That was a little bit longer than I intended, minions, but I am back. I have returned to you, and I am here to continue with Umineko. This delightful experience about arguing with 8-year-olds over the existence of magic. It's just a fun time. I love owning children with facts and logic. I love telling them Santa Claus isn't real. It's exactly what they deserve. After a meal, some people tend to head to the bathroom, while others prefer to relax for a bit. It seemed that the several people had left the parlor, just like I did when I went to the kitchen to drink some water. She's still holding her gun. In the end, Aunt Natsuhi reluctantly retracted her order that everyone remain packed into the parlor, on the condition that no one headed out on their own or strayed too far. In any case, if 11 people are shut up in the same room starting early in the morning, the air will start to stagnate. Also, quite some time had passed, so everyone was starting to recover from the shock of that morning, and their sense of danger might have been weakening too. However, it was a certain fact that 6 people had been killed inside the mansion, so no one was completely negligent. So whenever they went out into the hallway for a breath of fresh air, trying to act tough, they would quickly get scared of standing there isolated and would eventually return to the parlor. They're all scared of being murdered. I would never be scared of being murdered. I would just parry it. I guess it's like the north wind and the sun. If you force someone to stay shut in, they'll resist, but if you tell them they do whatever they want, they'll come back obediently. People really do like not doing what they're told. When the servants finished cleaning up from the meal, they returned obediently to the parlor just as Aunt Natsuhi had told them to, and sat on a sofa near the entrance, patiently awaiting orders. Maria, almost as though she had suddenly finished playing witches, had returned to the pure Maria I knew well, saying, "Ooh, ooh." What in the world happened back there? I hadn't felt even an atom of the presence of this person called Beatrice, who was supposedly standing behind me invisible. However, it felt like I glimpsed a little of that presence inside Maria.
確かにマリアちゃんは魔女とかの話になると人が変わるね。
How mysterious.
昨日海岸でバトラ君も見たでしょ。
サソリのキーホルダーの時か。いや、あんな機嫌を損ねるみたいな感じじゃなくてよ。まるで二重人格みたいな感じで。
ああ、たまにそういうこともあるな。さっきマリアが魔法陣の話を始めた時みたいなやつ。
Really?
たまにある。
This isn't a new phenomenon?
気持ち悪いけどな。
Apparently, Jessica had spotted that Kihihihi Maria a few times. I just happened to catch it at a bad moment, and was pretty freaked out seeing it for the first time.
あれってのは何なんだ？マリアは二重人格か何かなのか？それとも本当に霊感が強かったりとかして、そういうのに憑依されたりとかしちまうのかよ。
そういうのじゃないと思うよ。バトラ君にも経験ない？小さい頃自分以外の誰かになりたかったなんてこと。
So what, she's disassociating? When humans are born, no one has any individuality. However, when they reach their growth period, their sense of self starts to be born. They want to be different than other people. But since everyone else in their class is learning the same things at the same rate and being forced into the same lifestyle, of course they aren't going to find anything that makes them different from everyone else around them. Once they realize that, the first thing they do is to start breaking the rules in what's called their rebellious stage. Since everyone else follows the rules, they want to show off their individuality by breaking them. So even those who try to act tough, mocking everyone around them and calling them childish, can actually be viewed as cute kids searching for themselves if you look at it that way. Well, I'm lecturing about all this like I'm so smart, but I actually got it secondhand from George Aniki. I myself was one of those embarrassing guys who thought it was cool to act like a little bastard. Well, that was when I was at the age where you try to show off for the opposite sex. I mean, at least he admitted he's describing himself.
ひよこが殻を破るのに似た衝動がある。子供と大人の違いは何かわかるかい？
Yeah, he's talking about it like it's in the past, but I'm pretty sure Battler still acts like that.
それとも体格？
違うよ。経験だよ。
Well, also that thing.
大人が子供を見下すのは人生経験が少ないからだよ。
I think children should be looked down upon
子
by
供が
default.
何を言っても鼻で笑ってしまうのは世間知らずのくせにと見下しているからだよ。
ああ、そういうのわかるぜ。子供の頃って妙に人生ってもう悟りきったようなことを口にして年長者ぶりたくなるよな。大人は子供が何を言っても世の中甘くないとか社会に出ればわかるとか鼻で笑ってる。まあ実際そうなんだけど、子供的にはそういうのって見下されてるみたいでムカつくんだよな。
なるほどな。知識や経験の有無か。確かに年齢だけ無駄に食ってても尊敬はされねえよな。
That's like most of the adults here.
子供から脱却したいという衝動を持つ時期に、かつ他者とは違うという個性を持ちたくなる。子供からの脱却がつまり知識や経験なのだとしたら。
なるほど。他人の持ち得ない知識を持つことが一つのアイデンティティになるわけか。
小学校の頃なんかさ、クラスの誰も知らないことを知っていたり持っていたり身につけていたりするとヒーローになれたよな。
Yeah, that's what being a rich kid is
そういう
like.
経験あるだろ？
あるある。何か一芸に秀でたいと思うお年頃って確かに。なるほど。それが子供からの脱却、つまり成長期ってわけか。
健全な意味での成長期はそうして没個性を脱却するために人が持たない知識やスキルを身につけることを促す。これは社会学的にも面白いことだよ。人が没個性を嫌うために人と違う技術を身につけようとする。これにより社会は幅広い技術を獲得して立脚する。神々の高度なプログラミングに驚かされるね。
That's a weird way to put it.
まあ個性がネガティブに働くこともあるぜ。クラスみんなが真剣に勉強してるから俺だけはサボって目立とうとかよ。
Okay, that last bit really was true about me. It's only recently that I've been able to thank the middle school teacher who slapped me after
でも
school.
な、誰も飛べない飛び箱を飛んでやりたいとか。
You hear that? Corporal punishment is good. Thank you, Umineko.
成績のいい連中を周回遅れにさせてやるぜってマラソンで全力疾走とか。勉強はダメだったから少なくとも運動では見返してやるぜって根性はあった。うん、なるほど。ちゃんと成長期してるな俺。
男子ってやっぱり肉体的な方面に関心が向くよな。でもよ、同じ時期に女子は精神的な面に向きやすいんだよ。バトラのクラスの女子にも占いとか霊感とかそんなこと言ってる女子連中のグループがあったりしただろ？
Not astrology again.
あったあった。人の星座とか血液型とか聞いてきて、ああやっぱりクスクスとか笑われると大いにムカついたもんだぜ。どこのクラスに行っても女子は占いが好きだし、決まって霊感に強いだの弱いだの、感受性がどうこう、見えないものが見えちまうだの、そういう手合いが必ずいたもんだぜ。
占いも霊感も学校では教えないものだからね。男の子と違い内向的な世界に関心を持ちやすい女の子にとってそれはアイデンティティを確立しやすくてかつ興味深いジャンルなんだよ。
We're just saying women build their identity on astrology.
男子が成長期に入ると急に悪ぶったりして大人に反抗を始めるのと全く同じに
Gaming is a masculine trait. Men should be building houses and dying in
興味が出る
wars.
ようになるんだよ。私はそうでもなかったけどさ。
うん。つまりマリアがオカルトに関心を持つのは年頃の女の子としてはそう珍しくもないってことか。
Even if we accept that, I wonder if it explains the creepy dual personality thing. Actually, I think I could probably accept that explanation more or less.
さっきも言った通り、大人になるというのは知識や経験を持つことを言う。だからそれを得るために子供たちはいろいろなことを学んで子供を脱却しなければならないんだけど、子供の世界に今も昔もはびこっているある便利な妄想があるんだよ。わかるかい？
漫画やアニメに多いだろ。ほらあれだよ、前世の記憶が蘇ってとか、
Is that something you see all the
なん
time?
とかの魂が乗り移ってとか。
ああ、他にも遺伝子が覚
The
醒したりと
devil
か
gene.
封印されていた能力やら記憶やらが戻ったりとか、いろいろあるな。どういうわけか、あの時期はそういうのがやたらと流行るもんさ。どうしてだ？
今挙げたキーワードはすべて
They're just
子供
talking
の
about
自分に
Chuny stuff.
知識や経験を直ちに付加できる幻想だからだよ。9歳の女の子も1000年を生きた魔女が私1009歳のアイデンティティが得られるわけだ
They're
からね。
literally saying, "Oh, don't worry, Maria's just a Chuny."
まあつまり勉強するのは面倒くさい。でも人とは違うスキルを持って周りに威張りたい、ちやほやされたいっていう連中にとっては便利な妄想なんだよな。
So you could brag about something without having to work hard or study. I see, isn't that a kid's greatest dream?
あとは子供からの脱却願望には必ず自分の理想像の自己投影が行われ、その願望の姿が別人格として形成されることが少なくない。バトラ君だって家と学校では多少キャラクターが違うということがあるんじゃないかな。多分家での自分の姿をクラスの友人たちに見せるのは恥ずかしいはずだよ。学校の自分は自分のなりたい姿の投影で、家の自分は本来の姿だから。
つまりキャラクターの使い分けというか、人格の多重化はごくごく当たり前だと言いたいわけか。
オカルトが好きな女子は
It's not really an alternate personality, though. That's more like self-expression. It's not really the same thing.
正直ドン引きするくらいにキャラを変える子もいるよ。男子にもいるだろ。キレたとか言ってやたらめったら粗暴キャラに変身するやつが。あれ本人はかっこいいと思ってるんだろうけど、見てて
Cringe.
痛いよな。
つまりおさらいするとだ、マリアくらいの年頃の女の子がさっきみたいな不気味な二重人格みたいなのを見せてもそれほど珍しいものじゃないと言いたいのか？
簡単にまとめるとそういうことだね。アイデンティティは自己を形成するための大切なもの。
When kids get to that age, they become a VTuber. That's
それ
correct.
をバカにしたりするとかえってその殻に閉じこもってしまうこともある。
I don't know what you're talking about. This is my real personality.
だからほどほどに付き合ってあげるのが大切なんだよ。それを丸ごと受け入れてあげるのが親の包容力というものなんだけどね。
兄貴、それで独身って信じられねえぜ。もう子供が中学くらいに上がってそうな貫禄さ。
George, you're just so normal and definitely not a
じゃあ
serial killer.
ローザおばさんもあのマリアの二重人格についてはよく知っていたのかな？
Well, too late to ask now.
ここだけの話、ローザおばさんは
Really? I couldn't tell. I couldn't tell from that time she was slapping Maria silly.
クラスでますます孤立を深めるだけだって。だからマリアがオカルトの話を始めたり魔女みたいな声で笑い出したりすると
Seems a little extreme.
必ずだからマリアもローザおばさんがいる時にはそういう話をしないようになったみたいだけど。
Maybe that thing back there was just a little game from a girl facing her growing period. Just a girl trying to show that she was different and independent by holding interest in witches and the occult. And since she wanted to be different from herself, young as she was switching between her normal personality and the personality of her ideal, a witch. At first, I'd found that very disturbing, but after being lectured by George Onigi, it felt like this was a path everyone walked down at one time or another. Sometimes you just gotta be a witch, you know? Sometimes that's just your real self, is a witch who cackles at people and says cryptic things. At least she didn't choose, like, Grunty from Banjo-Kazooie. At least she's not always speaking in couplets. Yeah. Girls imprint on witches, guys imprint on the driver. He's just like me, for real. I haven't told anyone, but when I was in kindergarten, Battler would definitely wear the jacket from Drive like that, by the way. I joined up with a little gang of kids trying to form an Earth Defense Force, saying we'd help to protect peace on Earth. Did they have a robot? My face turns red when I remember how, during what we called battle practice, we would chant, EDF, EDF. Oh, they fought giant ants and stuff, I see. Just like usual, Maria was relaxing, immersed in the TV, ooh-oohing and laughing just like any girl her age. But on the inside, another personality, that of the ideal witch she respected and blindly accepted, was sleeping. But that wasn't anything extraordinary. It was perfectly natural for a girl of her age. I've calmed down a little. That shock from my bizarre experience in the kitchen just now is fading away. If I hadn't talked to Aniki and Jessica, I might still be frightened by the idea that an invisible witch is standing right behind me. However, can I really accept that as an explanation for what happened back there? If it had just been Maria, I could have explained it as the fickle delusions of a growing girl. But Genji-san, Kanon-kun, and Kumasawa-ba-chan had also been there. None of them had denied what Maria said. They silently accepted that Beatrice exists. I was starting to feel a little uneasy. Aunt Eva's position was that no 19th person existed. That the crime was an inside job tied to the family quarrels. Yeah, foul play. On the other hand, Aunt Natsuhi's position was that the culprit was hiding somewhere outside the mansion. So she rejected the possibility of an inside job and supported the idea that a 19th person existed. And in the kitchen, Maria and the servants had also supported the idea of a 19th person. But according to them, this 19th person isn't human. They said it was an invisible witch carrying out some mysterious plan. Is there a 19th person or not? And is the culprit human or a witch? For some reason, I couldn't just laugh off any of those possibilities, not even the most ridiculous story about the witch.
Jessica, Beatriceの話ってのは
I feel like somebody has already drawn it, but I really need to see Battler in the Drive
大人の
jacket.
脅し話だってことになってんだが、この屋敷じゃ違うのか？
私もバトラと同じ意見だぜ。こんなのは子供に言うことを聞かせるために親が作った間抜けな階段だと思ってる。でもそうだと口にはできない空気が屋敷内にあることは否めないな。
おじいさまがベアトリーチェは存在すると公言されているから、ね、
Very loudly.
使用人たちは立場上それを疑えないし、クラウスおじさんたちもおじいさまと喧嘩がしたいわけもないから表向きは口を揃えてる。だから多分このお屋敷ではベアトリーチェの存在を疑うことはある種のタブーだと思うんだよ。年に一度しか来ない僕たちと違ってね。そうでしょ。
Jessica took a deep breath in admiration. It looked like Aniki had guessed right.
ジョージ兄さんの言う通りだぜ。みんな腹の中じゃ信じてるわけじゃない。
Well, I don't know, Genji really seemed to, and Kanon.
表向きはその存在を認めてる。ほら、神様の存在を認めるような、実際にはいないことを知ってても、それを口に出して否定したら野暮みたいな空気だな。
使用人たちの間ではどういうことになってんだ？やっぱり雇い主のじいさまがいるって言ってんだから、それに口調を合わせてるわけか？
さあ、詳しくはわからないけど、使用人たちの間ではベアトリーチェの話はある種の怪談扱いになってるよ。
Spooky.
ほら、
ghost?
昨日海岸でシャノンが話してくれたろ。夜見回りをしているとき、不気味な何かを見かけたとか、そういう話。
She did say something like that, didn't she? Back then, I thought she was just being really nice to help improve Maria's mood. but it felt like she was being serious when she said it. That's right, she definitely said it. She definitely said the same kind of thing that Genji and the rest had all unanimously declared back in the kitchen.
他にも鬼火や輝く蝶々が舞っているのを見たという使用人も。
Yeah, the spooky butterflies
カノン君もそれら
that
しい
she
ものを
also saw the night before she died.
夜の見回りの時に見たことがあると言ってました。あと最近ではお屋敷の中で深夜に不思議な足音をよく聞くと使用人の間で話題です。私たちは肖像画の中のベアトリーチェ様が姿を消してお屋敷の中を散歩しているんだろうとささやき合ってるんですよ。ずいぶん前ですが、私もそうかもしれない足音を夜の見回りの時に聞いたことがあります。
Shared delusion? That's right, she definitely said that. Exactly the same that I had been told just now.
でも怯えることはないんですよ。ベアトリーチェ様は親方様とは異なるもう一人のお屋敷の主です。
Yeah, she's chill.
だから
Allegedly.
変に怯えたりしないで敬意を持っていれば決して悪いことはしないのだそうです。
ただし敬意を持たないと恐ろしいんだったね。
はい。私が勤めを始める直前に階段を転がり落ちて腰に大怪我をして辞めた方はベアトリーチェ様のことを悪く言っていたそうです。
Yeah, that's what I was remembering before, the guy that fell.
だから使用人たちはベアトリーチェ様のお怒りに触れたのだろうと噂し合ったそうです。
敬わないとお怒りに触れて
I'm sure you'll be fine, Battler. I'm sure you'll be fine.
つまり使用人たちにとってベアトリーチェって存在はお稲荷さんにいたずらしたらお狐様のたたりがあるってくらいには信憑性があるわけだ。
Ah, like from Persona 5. Of course, even though everyone accepts that curses and the like don't exist in the modern era, people are still afraid and still have a little respect for them. You often see it when, in a residential area, someone is building a house and they call a Shinto priest for a ceremony to honor the god of that plot of land. You might think that was just a big waste of time and money, but it is said that if the workers don't do that, a big accident will occur, so they never neglect to do it. You also hear about how, if an Inari shrine is carelessly removed during a town replanning, there'd be a curse by Kitsune-sama. I think I might have read somewhere that when the occupying forces were trying to expand an airport, they tried to remove an Inari-san that was in the way, and the workers kept getting struck down by mysterious fevers. Even in modern cities like Tokyo, it wasn't rare to see a modern buildings packed all around an old Inari shrine, leaving the shrine itself untouched. This wasn't limited to Japan. It's probably similar to how foreigners baptize babies. Sure, if I remember right, by Christian doctrine, if unbaptized souls have even the slightest amount of sin, they will still go to hell. Putting water on a child's forehead doesn't do anything but make them cry. But if by doing that, parents can prevent their children from going to hell, they will happily go through with that ceremony. In short, even in this modern society of reason, we were still unable to throw away every trace of belief and fear. You can even say that we accept certain sorts of supernatural things, though in a passive way. Maybe the only difference on this island is that Beatrice is the object of that worship.
じゃあつまり
She's like God.
この島で
She's gonna put water on your baby's forehead. I don't know what that means.
起こればそれはベアトリーチェの仕業だとなるわけか。シャノンちゃんも言ってた気がするな。ちゃんと閉めたはずの窓や扉や鍵がもう一度見回りに来たら開いていたとか、消したはずの明かりがついていたり、つけたはずの明かりが消えていたりとか。んで、確かジェシカは朝出かけようとしたらカバンが見つからないのもベアトリーチェの仕業だってふざけてたんだよな。
よく覚えてるな。普通なら妖精さんが隠したとでも言うところが、この島ではベアトリーチェがになるってだけの話だぜ。 ま、そんなくだらない話さ。
Your mom believes unbaptized babies go to purgatory, where Jesus guides them to heaven? Oh, well, that seems a little weird. Why the middle step? Why not just skip the middleman and send them straight to heaven? Seems a little inefficient.
このお屋敷も築30年くらいになるそうだからね。それだけになれば多少の階段
I would run a
が
little
分
bit
か
of
る
a
とは生まれ
tighter
てくる
ship
ものだ
than
よ。
Jesus.
学校の七不思議なんかのようにね。
そこでチェス盤をひっくり返すぜ。
Yeah, keep saying the line.
つまり
You're gay, you step into a church and burst into flames.
人間に
Oh,
はできない
I'm
ことは
like that, except
ベアトリーチェの仕
when
業
I
と
step
置き
into
換
a
える
church,
こと
the
ができ
church
るル
bursts
ー
into
ルがあるっ
flames.
てわけだ。人間にはできないこと。人間は何人だ ?18 人だ。つまり犯人はこの島のルールにのっとってこの事件は魔女の仕業だと
Yes,
アピールしていること
they're
に
trying
なる。
to spook us.
つまりそれは19人目の仕業ですよと訴えたくて仕方がないわけだ。気に入らね
He
え。
doesn't like it. He said it in bold to really show that he doesn't like it.
全然気に入らねえ。
気に入らないって何がだよ。
仮に不可視の19人目が存在してそいつが自分の存在をアピールしたいなら俺ならもっと完璧なタイミングでやるぜ。
完璧なタイミングでってのはどういう意味だい？
Timing.
ああ、だって事件は深夜から未明にかけて起こったのは深夜まで話し合いをしてたり夜勤をしてたりあるいは部屋に帰って寝ていたりどいつもこいつもアリバイがあやふやで十分内部犯行が疑える段階だ。ジョージの兄貴もエヴァおばさんに聞かされてるんだろ。内部犯行の可能性が高いって話。
まあね。
つま
Eva talked
り
with
不
him
可視の
too.
19人目が実在したなら最初の事件は自分のアピールに失敗してるんだ。不可視の19人目をアピールするためには死んだ6人以外の12人が全員白であることが確定している状況下で行われなければな
I
らない。
don't feel like that's the goal here, necessarily. Like, I think it's meant to be a message, but it's not supposed to be like, it was me specifically. I feel like there's some intentional,
疑わしい人間がゼ
like,
ロにならな
making
きゃ
it just vague enough to make them all distrust each other.
だから全員のアリバイが一番あやふやになる深夜の時間帯は19人目にとって自分が一番あやふやになる時間帯でもあるにもかかわらずその時間を選んで犯行に及んだ。
そんな時間に犯行を起こせば18人の誰かが疑われるのは明白にもかかわらずマリアに手紙を渡して魔女を名乗り誰もが自分でないと否定している。
つまりベアトリーチェという19人目がいるように見せかけたい人間が18人の中にいるとこう言いたいのかよ。なんだかぶっ飛んだ発想だな。まだおふくろの屋敷の外に不審者が潜んでいるって話の方が信憑性があるってもんだぜ。まさかバトラはこの客間の中に犯人がいると疑っているのかよ。
Everybody has a real strong motive, mostly.
ああ、何者かが俺たちにベアトリーチェが存在すると認めさせようとしている。
Everybody wants that inheritance.
そうさ。昨べのあの手紙からもう事件は始まっていたんだ。証拠も根拠も何もねえけどな。チェス盤を逆さにした限りじゃ俺の見立ては
That
こんなところだ。
chessboard keeps going round and round. Where will it stop? Nobody knows.
飛びまくってるにも程があるぜ。妙な推理小説の読みすぎじゃねえのかよ。
Oh, he definitely has.
無視できない着眼点もあるね。19人目がいるかいないかは別にしてもその犯人は確実にこの島のルールにのっとって何かを仕掛けてきている。 僕はね、今バトラ君の話を聞いていて、少しだけ気持ち悪いことを思い出してたんだよ。
気持ち悪いことって？
Disturbing.
覚えてるかい？ベアトリーチェの手紙。ベアトリーチェは利子の回収を行うと言っていた、
Oh, yeah.
そして利子とは後ろ宮家のすべてだと言った。
Jessica and I thought back on what Maria had read aloud the
言
previous
ってた
night.
ぜ。確かに言ってた。そして利子の回収をこれから行うが、黄金の謎を解いたらその権利を失うとも言ってたよな。
Yep. Everything includes your lives.
おじい様は黄金を授かり、後ろ宮家を再興した。つまり黄金を資本に生み出したものすべてが利子だってベアトリーチェは言っている。つまり
冗談きついぜ兄貴。まさか後ろ宮家のすべて、つまりじい様が生み出したもの
that's
全て
exactly what it
って
means.
ことは、じい様から血を分けた一族のことを指すってのかよ。
あの手紙をそう読み解いたなら、この殺人はベアトリーチェが行った正当な利子の回収ということになる。となればこの事件はまだ続くよ。利子の回収はまだ途中なんだからね。
Oh, yeah. George turned around, looking over the parlor. There were still many people who held the name Ushiromiya. And because Goda-san and Shannon-chat had been killed, we knew that not even the servants were safe, despite liking the Ushiromiya name. Well, yeah, because they're Ushiromiya's property.
私たち全員を殺すつもりかよ。でもおかしいよ、ジョージ兄さん。ならどうして6人だけ？
It's
他
an
に大勢
appetizer.
殺せたはず。下手をすれば寝込みを襲って全員を一晩で殺すことも可能だったはず。どうしてそれをしなかったの？
特別条項だよ。黄金の謎を暴く者が現れたら、
Yeah, she's got to take her time so we can try and solve the riddle.
そして手紙の最後にはこう結ばれていたはずだよ。おじい様の黄金の謎をみんなで解いてみろとね。
And she's following the riddle too. 6 on the first day. Jesus!
ようやく犯人のメッセージが分かってきたじゃねえか。つまり犯人は俺たちに
Never heard
じい
that
様
one
のあの
before.
碑文の謎を解いてみやがると言ってるわけだ。しかもぼやぼやしてればどんどん利子の回収を進めちまうつもりだ。
But not everything that happens in this world fits together in a perfect line. Most of the events we don't understand are only individual points. By fitting them in a straight line, we're beginning to understand. When the points at either end of the line are really close, the line itself is more logical and easier to understand. And when those points are really far away, the opposite is true. It's the distance between these points that make us say our guesses are way out there. However, if the distance we span are too narrow, that means our thinking will be narrow too. Is there a difference between making guesses and reasoning? Am I just using easily made guesses to try and force this crime into a pattern I can understand? No, that's not it. When you're lost in the dark and searching around with your hands, what you're doing is relying on your imagination and making guesses. Only imagination can find the points that need to be tied together. Reasoning is nothing more than the act of drawing lines between them. If you can't imagine, you can't reason. What I'm doing now might be way out there, but I'm sure it isn't a mistake either. Only the power of imagination can pull clues out from the darkness. Imagination! And then I can use the power of reasoning to tie those clues together. It was a lot like the process of searching out an enemy's weak spot and striking. It's okay if I'm way out there. Find a weak point first. Then we can think about how to strike. Right now is the time to find points we can tie together later. I see. Big brain battler moments. For the time being, I put aside whether a 19th person existed, and announced our theory that the goal of the culprit might have been to make us solve the riddle of the epitaph. Uncle Hideyoshi seemed to be extremely interested, but Aunt Natsuhi said it was ridiculous and dismissed it.
確かにそう考えるとあの怪しい手紙も納得が
I
いく
mean,
っていう
yeah,
の
the
が
letter mentioned the riddle. I don't see what's so hard to believe
その動機
about
は
it.
なかなかええ線を言っとると思うでマリアちゃんに手紙を渡したのが誰かはさておきな
Ooh,
ベアトリーチェはいる
she sure does. She does, little girl, don't worry. Even though she was puffing up her cheeks in that cute way she'd been doing since yesterday, I couldn't think of it as cute. I poked fun at her, it might suddenly transform into a creepy laugh.
隠し黄金など存在しません。ですが、その存在を盲信
Interesting
す
that
る犯
Natsuhi
人
is still keeping
お
that
父
secret
様
for
の黄金を
Kraus.
目当てで、それを私たちに解かせて横領を企んでいるという動機は、なるほどと頷けるものがあります。しかし、ならばなぜ後宮家の主要な人物ばかりを最初に殺したのです？
道理ですな。
Kraus didn't even get a chance to tell her where it all the rest of it was before he got got.
謎を解かせるなら金蔵さんに近しい人物を先に殺すことは得策ではないはずです。
そうね。
そうね。
それにその論法で行くんだったら最初にお父様を脅迫した方が早くない？私たちに謎を解かせるよりも本人に答えを聞いた方が早いはずよ。
確かにその通りやもっともお父さんが並大抵の脅迫で口を割るとは思えんが
金蔵さんをよく知る方なら金蔵さんが並大抵
Yeah, he really just doesn't care. He doesn't care about his family living or dying. Kinzo definitely doesn't care if you threaten his family. He's like, yeah, whatever. Kill him. I hate them anyway.
今日まで様々な攻撃や脅迫にさらされてきました。それら全てに打ち勝ってきたからこそ今日の繁栄があるのです。
それに関しては私も同感だぜ。うちのじい様が脅されて何かに従うなんてちょっと想像もつかないぜ。
ジェシカ、言葉遣いがはしたないです。
はい。
What, freaking? Is that inappropriate language now?
ならこういう発想はどうだ。いや、これもぶっ飛んでるか。
I couldn't hesitate. Out there ideas are like bows and arrows. It might be hard to hit with, but it's a great weapon because you can hit enemies far away. They say most people who've died in battles were killed by arrow wounds. In a battle, you can't just shoot off one arrow. You shoot a whole bunch of arrows at once, pushing forwards towards the enemy troops with a wall of them. So we keep shooting over and over. Create a wall as you push forwards towards the truth.
犯人が隠された黄金が狙いってんなら、俺たちに解かせるのは効率が悪い。
Shoot your shot
本人に答えを聞く方が手っ取り早いさ。じゃあさ、これはつまり全てじい様に当てたメッセージってことじゃないのか。
In other words, these murders were a threat made against grandfather. If he didn't tell the culprit where the gold was, his family members would be killed off one by one. What if we weren't the only ones being forced to solve this riddle? What if grandfather was too? If you think about it that way, it explains grandfather's mysterious disappearance. The culprit had already attacked grandfather, then judging by the state of the six corpses were left in, he should have been left on display somewhere with that horrible makeup added. Despite that, we still haven't found him. So does that mean Miss Grandfather has been kidnapped and is being held somewhere?
そんな、まさかそんな。
Giggle, giggle.
面白い話じゃない？つまりお父様はどこかに監禁されていて、黄金のありかを話さないと次々に殺人を繰り返すぞと脅されているわけ。
Didn't he only show...
その話の
Well,
どこが面
Kraus knew
白い
where
の
it
か
was.
理解に苦しみます。
Aunt Natsuki glared at her, but Aunt Eva just smiled calmly.
この時間になっても姿を現さない以上、おじい様が事件に巻き込まれているのはほぼ間違いないと思います。
Yeah.
それを思えばバトラ君の仮説も無視することはできないんじゃないですか。
ジョージは黙ってなさい。そもそもお父様っていついなくなったのかしら。
It had to be sometime last night, probably.
最後にお父さんの姿を見たのは誰や？
多分私でしょう。
Yeah, because Natsuki had that conversation with Kinzo where he's like, actually, you're pretty cool. Go talk down to Eva.
今朝主人たちの姿が見えないと騒ぎになった時、お父様の書斎にいるかもしれないという話になり、私がお部屋にお伺いして、
Yeah, he was there in the
そこでご
morning
挨拶
too.
をしました。
He didn't want to come out, but he was there.
書斎の鍵をずっと借りっぱなしですね。源氏、これは返しておきます。
Aunt Natsuki pulled off the gold key and handed it to Genji. Looking at the key, Aunt Eva giggled.
ねえ源氏さん、どうせ警察はお父様の部屋も徹底的に捜査すると思うわ。何を隠していてもどうせ暴かれちゃう。
I mean, it's just absinthe.
だったらちょっと早く今
Just
この場
absinthe
で
and
話して
like
くれてもいいんじゃないかしら。
incense sticks.
何のお話でしょうか？
シンプルな話よ。お父様の書斎はその鍵がなければ外から入ることができない密室よ。その定義の確認をしたの。お父様の部屋には入り口が一つある。あとは窓？
That window's like a few stories up, isn't it?
ありません。中に入るには入り口しかありません。
間違いなくね。秘密の隠し扉なんかがあったりはしないのね。お父様が不在である以上、後宮家の最高序列者は私よ。その後宮家の当主代行として聞いているの。それを理解した上で答えなさい。あの部屋には入り口以外に他に出入り口は？お父様の最高の側近だったあなたは知ってい
I don't
ま
know.
すよ。
Kinzo didn't even seem that forthcoming with Genji. Aunt Natsuki looked a little offended at the part about the highest-ranked family member, but she kept her mouth closed for the time being and waited for Genji's answer. I couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. Why was she going on and on about hidden doors?
カノン君も熊沢さんも
Maybe there's some other hidden doors
知ってるなら
around
教
here?
えてくれない？あるならあるって言ってくれた方がいいの。
Just not one in his office.
じゃないと今からある人がとても追い詰められることになるわよ。隠し扉があると仮定されたら。
Oh, I see. She's trying to pin it on Natsuki. Aunt Eva didn't specify which person was about to be driven into a corner, but following the flow of the conversation, I had to feel that she was referring to Aunt Natsuki, because Aunt Natsuki was the only one with the key to get into Kinzo's study.
母さん、何の話？
ジョージは少し黙ってなさい。
Shut up,
どうなの？
George.
源氏さん、カノン君、そして熊沢さん。隠し扉はあるの？ないの？源氏さんはお父様が書斎を改造した時、施工業者の監督をしていたはず。知らないとは言わせないわよ。
そのようなものは
No, there's no funny secret doors.
間違いなく片翼の場所を許されたカノン君。
Kanon-kun?
はい、間違いなく親方様の書斎に隠し扉などありません。
熊沢さんは？
いえ、私も聞いたことがありませんよ。
お父様と親交の深い南條先生は？
Please don't ask Nanjo like he knows anything.
聞いたことがありませんな。
結構。じゃあいい？話を始めるわよ。とっても
Eva's
シンプル
logic
な話な
spectacular.
の。
Everyone tilted their head doubtfully, wondering what Aunt Eva was starting to talk about so proudly. Aunt Eva laughed triumphantly, as though she were about to reveal a secret only she knew.
お父様を最後に目撃したのは、詳しい時間は忘れちゃったけど、今朝の9時前くらいのことだと思ったわ。姉さん、覚えてる？私、あなたがお父様の書斎からちょうど出てくるところに出くわしたわよね。
ええ、覚えています。
So what, Eva's gonna say, like, she's responsible for Kinzo's
それが何だというの
disappearance?
ですか？
そ
Da
して
da 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 dun dun
次
dun.
に姉さんがお父様の書斎を訪れたの
Da
は
dun 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 dun
兄
dun
さ
dun.
んたちの遺体が見つかってからよね。
Yup.
それを報告しに書斎に上がり、そこで私と一緒に不在を確認したわ。ところで姉さん、その時お父様の書斎に入ろうとして気づいたことはなかったかしら？
気づいたこと？何のことですか？
ほら、ゴミを拾ったでしょ。畳んだレシートを。
確かにそんなゴミを拾った気がします。それが何か？
Because handling trash is where you belong, is what Eva would say.
私が飛行場に着く前に寄った売店で飴玉を買った時にもらったものよ。
Aunt Eva pulled a small bag of candy out of her handbag.
ああ、あの時に買った飴のレシート。
How did it end up in Kinzo's office?
でも母さん、そのレシートの話が何と関係あるの？
ジョージ、もうちょい黙って聞いとってや。
Shut up, George. Uncle Hideyoshi's expression was a little strict. Apparently, he understood what Aunt Eva was getting at.
本当にこれは気まぐれよ。何かを予見してたとか、ましてや夏日姉さんを罠にかけようとか。
Oh, no, I would never do that.
実はね、そのレシート。
Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da-na-na-na.
姉さんがお父様と最後に会って出てきて、そこで私と会ったでしょ。その時、書斎の扉に私が挟み込んだものなのよ。
ってことはどういうことですか？
Oh, the rain sounds are back.
夏日おばさんならそのレシートを拾うまで誰もドアを開けていない。
I left it there on purpose as a funny little trap.
ちょっと待ってよエヴァおばさん。レシート挟むなんてバレバレだって。小さなが外出した時に気づいて面白がってもう一回挟み直した可能性も。
Oh, I don't know if there's much Kinzo finds amusing. Jessica hurriedly argued back. She still didn't really know what this all meant, but she realized that whatever it was, it would raise suspicions about her own mother.
もちろんバレないようにレシートは小さく折りたたんだわ。でもね、レシートが落ちるところを仮に見たとしても、扉のどこの高さの部分に挟み込んであったかは正確にはわかんないんじゃない？
What does that have to do with
私は夏日
anything?
姉さんが鍵を取り出している間に確認したわ。レシートが挟み込まれた位置は、
Oh.
寸分の1ミリの違いもなく私が挟んだ場所だった。
なぜそんな子供じみたいたずらをされるのか理解できません。大方、私の部屋の扉にいたずらをしたのもあなたでしょう。
夏日さん。
Yeah, it was all full of scratches and blood. Pretty
不愉
creepy.
快な話だったので話しませんでしたが、今朝目が覚めたら扉の外側にあのシャッターの落書きと同じと思われる赤い塗料でいたずらがされていたのです。かきむしったような気持ちの悪い跡。
なんやその話。なんで今まで黙っとったんや。
I don't know, it's a little scary. Why would I tell you people who are trying to tear me down?
あの後、立て続けにいろいろと恐ろしいことが起こってたので、今の今まで失明していました。
知らないわよ、そんなの。私がしてるのは姉さんの部屋じゃなくて、お父様の部屋の扉の話よ。姉さんがお父様がいるのを確認してから 私と一緒に不在を確認するまでの間、あの扉は一度も開かれてないのよ。扉を使わず
That's a good question.
どうやってお父様は外に出たのか
Where did
しら
Dad go?
そんなことは知りません。私が知りたいくらいです。
We need to put out a silver alert.
夏日姉さんの他にお父さんの在室を確認したのは誰や？
夕食の直前までご一緒だったはずです。
それより後の時間は誰かおらんのか？
私です。
Genji did.
昨夜の晩餐のお世話をしております。
はい、僕とシャノンも一緒でした。
ここまでは間違いなくお父さんも部屋にいたやろな。だがな、夏日姉さん、不在だった書斎は窓も扉も全て閉め切られた状態だったそうやないか。なのに夏日さんは今朝お父さんに会って話をしたいと。
私には皆さんが何を険悪
Let's all just be nice to each other, please.
どなたか説明
I don't
してくだ
get
さい
it.
ますか？
父さんと母さんは夏日おばさんが今朝おじい様に会ったというのは嘘だと言っているのかい？
嘘なんかつくもんかよ。
Oh, she might
母さんは
lie.
潔白だぜ。なんで嘘なんかつくんだよ。
ジェシカ、言葉遣いを直しなさいといつも言っています。
At once, the whole room was in an uproar. Aunt Eva and Aunt Natsuhi confronted each other across the parlor table, with George confronting Jessica. What the heck's going on?
複数の人間の目撃があるのは昨晩までよ。でも今朝以降、お父様の姿を見たと称す
That's
るの
true.
は
It didn't show us her meeting with him. What happened between them?
そして私の挟んだレシートが物語る奇妙な事実。さあ、この点
So,
と点はどうやれば結べるのかしら？
Aunt Eva urged everyone to imagine it. Sure, that receipt could become an important point, but I didn't know which other points to tie it to, or how. We try searching for that answer Aunt Eva probably wants. We'll find that Aunt Natsuhi lied and acted as though grandfather was in the room this morning. Has that fact been exposed by a whim of Aunt Eva's?
わけわかんねえぜ。なんで母さんが嘘をつかなきゃならないんだよ。その理由がねえじゃねえかよ。
Well, she might have a reason.
その理由は私も知りたいわよ。でもね、ジェシカちゃん、お父様の材質を偽る価値が全くないとは限らないのよ。推理小説でもたまに出てくるでしょ。
Everybody's just basing their knowledge on mystery novels. I don't know how helpful that is.
生存時刻を偽ることによって自分のアリバイを偽証するト
アリバイ
リックよ。
なんだそりゃ。そんなの聞いたことないぜ。
お父様はまだ見つからないけれど、普通に考えればもう殺されていると考えるのが自然でしょうね。となれば必ず近いうちに
It's probably around here somewhere.
その時死亡時刻をうまく偽ることができれば、夏日姉さ
No
ん
one
は
else is
アリ
missing
バイ
it,
を
though.
作ることができるのよ。
And I think the riddle called for 2 people on the second Twilight.
みんな
So she's trying to pin this whole thing on Natsuhi. This morning, when Aunt Natsuhi confirmed that grandfather was there, she lied, and he was probably dead at that time? And then she moved the body to some other location and tampered with it so that when we find it, we'll think he was killed just a second ago. That'd make it possible for her to create an alibi, even just by staying with the rest of us. Then she could say, I heard someone screaming, dash over there and become the first to find the body along with everyone else. Is that what Aunt Eva's saying?
バカバカしい。
推理小説など所詮は娯楽小説。そんなものばかり読んでいるからそのような不謹慎な発想に至るのです。
そうだぜ。死亡時刻を少しくらいごまかしたってそんなの警察が検視すりゃ一発でバレるじゃねえかよ。古典の世界だったらともかく現代日本でそんなトリック本気で通用すると思ってんのかよ。
Well, ambulances aren't exactly available right now.
そうかしら。今朝南條先生が亡くなった人たちの死体を見て死亡時刻を曖昧に見積もられたわよ。検視結果は環境や個体差に非常に左右されやすい。
I hope that autopsy report doesn't get updated
非常にアバウトなものなのよ。
without telling me.
しかも困ったことに警察の科学的な捜査は明日にならないとできない。そこまでの正確な死亡時刻を測ることなんてジェシカちゃんの言う現代日本でもそうそう簡単なことじゃないのよ。ねえ南條先生。
南條先生。
検視は経験と勘の必要な非常に難しい作業です。誤審率も非常に高いと聞いております。確かにほんの数時間程度の誤差を出してしまうことは大いにあり得るでしょうな。
しかしアリバイの世界は数時間もあれば十分やで。古典のトリックとちゃう。十分に通用するトリックなんや。夏日姉さん、わしらあんたを疑いたいわけやないんやで。疑いとうないから潔白を示してほしいだけなんや。
何の潔白を示せというのですか。今朝私は確かにお父様にお会いしました。
Maybe you should yell things without holding the rifle.
そして心の中に片翼のわしを刻めとお言葉をいただいて、あのお言葉をも否定するというのですか。それだけは断じて許せません。お父様がかけられた言葉までも否定することは断じて許せません。
She's so desperate for Daddy's love.
お父様の遺体は出てこないのかしら。普通失踪は死亡宣告に7年。
7 years is a long time.
余命残りわずかなお父様を7年も延命し、その財産を独占するにはなんともうまいやり方じゃない。聞き捨てなりません。
Alright. Blow her ass away.
それ以上は聞き捨てがなりません。私は後ろにあがちこの身に片翼のわしをまとう資格はなくとも胸の中にしかと刻まれています。当主跡継ぎのクラウスの妻としてその責務を代行する私に
Go
向か
off.
って何たる暴言。何その銃で私を撃つの。
Yeah, shoot her.
いいわよ。
Do it. Do it, you coward.
撃っちゃえば。
撃っちゃえば。
なぜ言い逃れも思いつかなくて苦し紛れなんでしょう。
I like this song, by the way.
やりなさいよ。暴力で真実をごまかしてごらんなさいよ。
Get her ass. Blow her away. It wasn't like Aunt Nazi had actually holding that gun at the ready and threatening anyone, but as she was egged on by Aunt Eva, she did hold it at the ready. Unsurprisingly, once things got to this stage, Jessica and Genji-san tried to stop her. What's happening? You just went to the toilet? You chose a bad time to do that. Eva kept taunting Natsuki by implying she might have done something to Kenzo, so she's like, whatever, I'll shoot you. You can't kill me in any way that matters, you whore!
母さんは嘘なんかついてない。ならこんなの聞き捨てなきゃ。
落ち着いてえな夏木姉さん。確かにお父さんは部屋にいたと誓ってくれればいいんやで。それだけなのになんでそんなに取り乱しとるんや。
それもそうです。夏木さんは嘘をついていない。
Sure she
それだけ
wasn't.
のことじゃありませんか。
だから説明してほしいのよ。 お父様がどうやって部屋からいなくなったのか。窓は内側からしっかり閉じられていた。
Also, again, it's like on the second story, isn't it? Kensu's like a million years old. No way he can just drop from a second story window.
扉も同じよ。今朝夏日姉さんが間違いなくお父様に会ったというなら、夏日姉さんには開かぬ扉の密室から
Yeah, closed room scenario. I love the good old closed room scenario. I don't know about you.
じゃないと姉さんが嘘つきってことにやっぱりなっちゃうものね。あなたという人、どこまで私を愚弄すれば。反論したいならぜひしなさいな。そうね、今すぐこの場で釈明を
Do
し
it,
てみな
bitch.
さい。
Shoot me. You won't.
そうしたらあなたを疑ったことを謝ってあげてもいいわ。あの書斎の密室からお父様はいかにして抜け出したのか。そんなこと説明もできませんし不要です。そう。
The girls are fighting.
私の立場も姉さんの立場もいいとこ取りのとても仲良しな説明なんだから。
どっから
姉さんの言う今朝の時点でお父様が在室していたことを信じてあげるわよ。でも次に扉が開かれた時にお父様はいなかった。ここまでは依存ないわよね。あなたの言うことにこれ以上耳を傾ける気はありません。その軽薄な口を慎みなさい。私の推理はこう。
I love how she just totally ignores what she's saying and the gun pointed at her face to explain the funny locked room mystery.
扉から姉さんしか出入りしていないことは
You love to see a
私は
girl
二
boss
回確認
succeeding.
している。そしてレシートもそれを立証している。にもかかわらずお父様を部屋から出すパズルの答えは窓よ。
The窓よ。
窓から出したのよ。夏日姉さんはお父様を3階の書斎の
Third
窓
story.
から中にまで突き落としたのよ。
She's going in. Well, why hasn't anybody found him then?
踊れ。
奥様来ないでください。
エヴァ様、どうかおやめくださいませ。
その後中庭に転落して死んだ
That's
お父様
when
の
she
遺体
retrieved the
は
body, is what you're saying?
夏日姉さんが屋敷内の戸締まりを確認
But
する
where?
って出て行った時にどこかへ隠したのよ。多分その時に死亡時刻を偽る工作もしたんでしょうね。
クラウス兄さんたちの事件も、さらに夕べのビアトリーチェの事件もひっくる
Wow,
め
they're
て
trying to put everything on Natsuhi.
ナシさんが怪しい可能性が非常に高いっていうことだ。本当なら
Hideyoshi always takes his wife's side.
だがもうぶちまけてしまったからには仕方が
I
ない。
have to back up my girl boss wife.
頼むわ、夏希姉さん。どうか自分の無
Wife
実を
boss.
説明してくれんか。侍とわしはあんたを疑わなきゃならんのや。
It's all going to shit.
なぜこの私が
They're all gonna start killing each other soon.
この私が後宮夏日がこのような恥ずかしめを。
Looks like we've got everyone's views on record now. Okay, Battler, you can solve it. You can do it.
ダメだな。全然ダメだぜ。
全然ダメだぜ。
エヴァおばさん。
ダメって何がだよ。
Is this another thing Battler will say a lot besides the chess thing? 全然ダメだぜ. Jessica looked up at me, hanging on to my every word. Aunt Eva's expression was confident as ever.
全然ダメって何が？
That's his catchphrase? Oh, okay.
バトラ君、聞かせてよ。
一方からしか見られないから、夏日おばさんしかありえないって思い込んじまうのさ。
I love how often Battler says, "Now I'm no detective," and then says some detective shit.
別に 夏日おばさんを擁護するわけじゃねえ
Now
が
I may be a simple country boy.
通用しねえってことさ。レシートを軸にした推理はまずまずだとは思う。筋は悪くない。だが俺の採点じゃせいぜい65
That's just
点
barely
ってとこだ。
passing. Actually, that's not even passing. That's
こ
like
れ
a
が
D.
答案なら居残りで補修ってとこだぜ。
Yeah.
あら、じゃあ
ほら
レシートで封印されている扉をどうやって破ってお父様を失踪させられるというの？私の説以外に。
エヴァおばさんの説は確かに面白い。そしてその説以外にじい様が失踪できる方法がないって言い切れるなら、最終目撃者である夏日おばさんが黒であると確かに言い切れるだろう。だが
What if Kinzo just
夏日
left
おば
on
さ
his
んが無
own?
実だ。濡れ衣である可能性が残っている以上、そうだと断言することはできね
え。ならバトラ君は夏日姉さん以外の誰にお父
Like,
様
what
を
if he
失
just
踪
left?
させられたというの？
That feels like a plausibility. That feels like a plausible idea that Kinzo just left.
姉さんしかありえないのよ。私のレシートがそれを証明してしまったわ。
Yeah,
一度
she
目に
has the
書斎に
receipts,
訪れた
literally.
夏日姉さん。そして2度目に私と訪れるまでの間、書斎は完全に密室で密室開封後には失踪している。
Well, by that logic, how did Natsuhi get him to fall out of the window then? If the receipt was in the door, and like the only time the receipt fell out was when it opened again, when they found Kinzo was missing, how could Natsuhi have gotten into the room to like push him out the window at all? Because that receipt didn't
これで
move.
夏日姉さんが犯人じゃないというなら、
Unless she did it
どん
when
な
she
トリッ
first
クが
talked
あ
to
る
him. I
って
guess
い
that's
う
what
の？
she's saying. Natsuhi went in there, pushed him out. Yeah.
え。だから65点なんだよ、エヴァおばさん。じゃあここで
Spin it
チェ
around.
ス盤をひっくり返すぜ。
Spin the chessboard
ど
around.
うやって外部からじい様を失踪させるかじゃない。どうやって内部からじい様が失
Yeah,
踪す
like
るかって
he could have just left. I don't know.
扉にはレシートが挟まれていたから使用されていない。窓も出ることはできても外側からは施錠できず、しかもエヴァおばさんは書斎を訪れた時に窓の施錠を確認している。だから窓も使用されていない。その時点では確かに書斎は密室だった。
Right. So
これは
maybe
認めるしかない。
maybe Kinzo's still in the room somehow?
だがしかし書斎は永遠に密室だったわけ
It's
じゃ
like the
ない。
Ace Attorney case from yesterday. He's hiding in the safe.
レシートの封印さえ解かれれば扉は使用可能になり脱出可能になる。つまり夏日おばさんがどうやってじい様を失踪させたかじゃない。どうやってじい様は書斎を脱出したのかって考えるんだよ。
Hmm.
じい様の書斎はただの書斎じゃねえんだよな。
Dun, 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 dun,
源
dun.
氏さんの話じゃ
Yeah, he could have been hiding in like
ベッドルームまである。
yeah, he could have been hiding in like one of the little side rooms, like his bathroom. Like there must be a doorway between them.
ベッドの下にでも潜って隠れたらおばさんたちは部屋からいなくなったと思い込めるぜ。エヴァおばさんもそこまで調べてきたわけじゃねえだろ。そしておばさんたちは失踪したと思い階下へ戻る。この時レシートはもうない。
Yeah.
つまり
Yeah, they go in
じいさまは
once,
密室で
go
ある間は
out. The receipt is gone now, so Kinzo can just leave.
エヴァおばさんたちをやり過ごした後に部屋から脱出することでこの密室を破ることができる。
何よそれ。
I don't understand why it's so hard to believe Kinzo just left on his own.
どうしてお父様がそんな妙なことをして部屋を抜け出さなきゃ
Like
な
he
らない
just didn't
の？
want to be seen by anyone.
口頭無形にも程があるわよ。
ああ、口頭無形かもな。だが、それでも夏日おばさんが濡れ衣かもしれない可能性は示してる。エヴァおばさんのレシートは完璧じゃねえ。チェスで言
You
え
do
ば
not, in fact, have
チ
the
ェックくらいにはな
receipts.
ったろ。だが チェックメイトじゃねえ。
チェッコメータ。
そして俺が最高に気に入らねえのは、それを夏日おばさんに釈明しろと迫って、それができなきゃ黒だって断定しようとしたエヴァおばさんのその
Yeah,
論
that's
法
not
さ。
how the burden of proof works.
それがまかり通るってんなら、ここでもう一回チェス盤をひっくり
More
返させて
spinning.
もらおうじゃねえか。エヴァおばさん、あんたの論法によるならよ、あんたと秀吉おじさんが昨日親父たち6人を殺害してからのこのことゲストハウスに帰ったんじゃないってことをこの場で釈明してもらわなくちゃならねえぜ。夏日おばさんに釈明を強いたんだ。あんたにはもちろん自身の潔白を釈明できるんだろうな。
Yeah, why not make it you? Like, Eva's the most suspicious, because if Kinzo dies, she's the one who gets all the money. Especially now that Kraus and Rudolph are taken care of.
母さんがじい様の最終目撃者だから怪しいって言うなら、エヴァおばさんだって父さんたちの最終目撃者じゃないか。バトラーの言う通りだぜ。自分たちは殺してないってことを証明してみせろよ。
僕もお母さんの推理は少し勇み足だと思うな。
Even your own son is turning against
レシー
you.
トの件は確かに重要なヒントだと思う。でもそれはバトラ君の言う通り、夏日おばさんが何がしかの犯人であることを断定できるものじゃない。僕たちは等しく全員が容疑者なんだ。
No, no, it's not Tono Shiki. He does have some Shiki energy, though. I'm not totally convinced that he isn't like a psycho.
誇り高きお父様が床に這いつくばってベッドの下
I don't know. Kinza's pretty wacky.
そんな
He
誰
might
かで
do
説明
it.
がつくと思って。
それならエヴァおばさんが先に説明しろよ。特によ、誰がどうやって殺して、そして自分が関わっていないという証拠を示してみろってんだ。
Oh. Alright, you went down the wrong pipe there, Jessica? Are you alright? What? Are you okay? You got too excited? Does she have anime wasting disease? Jessica suddenly started coughing. Oh no, I think I have COVID. At first, I thought she was just choking after yelling too loud, but before long, I realized how painful it looked. Jessica kept coughing and choking down on her hands and knees.
ジェシカ、しっかり。なんじゃ先生。
ジェシカさん、吸入器を
Oh, she has asthma. She actually has
私が
asthma.
持ってきているのがあります。
Dr. Nancho pulled out a bronchodilator inhaler from his own bag, which was lying on the sofa, and handed it to Jessica. Come to think of it, 6 years ago, didn't Jessica sometimes break into violent coughing fits and have to use that? However, 6 years ago, I never saw Jessica look like she was in this much pain.
兄貴、ジェシカってこんなに喘息ひどかったっけ？
ここ数年でだいぶ悪くなったんだよ。
I'm sure this won't be used as a plot point for later. Like, something with her inhaler. Like, oh no, her inhaler was found in a room where somebody was killed.
突然発作が来ると咳が止まらな
This
くなるんだ
definitely
よ。
won't be a plot point. Anime girl has asthma in your ear ASMR.
お嬢様、お薬です。さあ。
Taking the inhaler from Canon-kun, Jessica used it with a practiced hand. It looked like her throat would still itch for a while, but she had it under control.
大丈夫かよ、ジェシカ。びっくりしたぜ。
大したことねえよ。心配すんじゃねえぜ。
I'm glad everybody's okay. Beads of sweat covered Jessica's whole body, and she couldn't hide her rough breathing, but it looked like her sudden attack had calmed down for now. Yeah, this made everybody forget about the accusing Natsuhi of all the murder. This disturbance had made the dangerous atmosphere up until now seem slightly unfocused, but that's fine. That kind of battle of mutual suspicion is completely unnecessary. When you think about it, finding alibis for each other and looking for the culprit is probably meaningless. After all, we're just powerless, ordinary people. And when the police come tomorrow, they'll definitely employ cutting-edge techniques and investigate the case thoroughly. Oh yes, don't worry, the police, they're definitely coming tomorrow. This typhoon, it'll be all cleared up tomorrow, we can all leave. Solving all the riddles and arresting the culprit.
確かにバトラ君の言う通りかしら。夏日姉さんが疑わしいように、私たちも疑わしさを拭えていない。それを今議論し合うのは確かに不毛ね。明日、警察に全てを任せれば済むだけの話よ。でも、バトラ君だって知りたいんじゃないの？
Yeah, where Kinzo went? Yeah, that is pretty important. Oh yeah, also that.
大切な人を失った痛みを思い知らせてやるために、1秒でも早く知りたいんじゃない？
それは否定しないです。これだけの上等を決めてくれやがった野郎を、たとえ一日で
The wonderful bastard.
のさばらしたくはない。でもだからといって18人の中の誰かを疑いたくはない。さっきはああ言ったが、俺はエヴァおばさんだって疑いたくない。俺にとってのエヴァおばさんはちゃめっ気があっていつも楽しくさせてくれる最高のおばさんだ。
Well, playful is right.
そんなおばさんとこんな罵り合いはしたくねえ。ここにいる誰だってそんなことは望んでねえはずさ。だろ。
Yeah, the only ones who did that with are dead now.
バトラ君に同じ意味のない罵り合いだね。多分これだけの人数が朝からひとところにずっと集まってるからみんな
でしょうな。無理もないことです。言ってできるものではありませんが、なるべく皆さんリラックスしましょう。
Yeah, we'll all just take it easy until tomorrow, and then everything will be cleared up, and there definitely aren't 7 more chapters of this absurdly long visual novel.
わしらも頭を冷やすべきとちゃうか。レシートの件は確かにお父さんの失踪を探る上で重要な手がかりになると思うで。
It will all be daijoubu.
警察が来たら話すといいやろ。
そうね。そう。レシートの一件でつい鬼の首を取ったような
Got a
気持
little
ちに
too
なっちゃ
ahead
った
of
ね。
yourself.
確かに夏日姉さんだけを疑うのはフェアじゃないわ。私たちだって等しく疑わしい。でもね、バトラ君。
バトラ君。
レシートの話だけは本当よ。これ忘れないでね。
It does seem important.
そしてこれがどういう意味を持つか、もう一度よく考えてみてね。
Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi stood up. It looked like they planned on leaving the parlor.
結局私たちはこんな推理ごっこしても意味はないのよ。だってどうせ警察が。
Yes. If we keep saying it, maybe it'll happen. Maybe the police will show up. That's right. Even if we don't play this detective game, the typhoon will pass, and when those lively seagulls return to the harbor, everything will settle itself. That's right. If you think about it, this kind of crime is completely trivial. It will definitely be resolved. Definitely. You're definitely not sounding desperate right now, even if we do nothing. When the seagulls cry, they said it! They said it! They said the name of the visual novel, When the Seagulls Cry. Say the line, Battler.
これ以上、夏日姉さんも私の顔を見ていたくはないでしょ。私も同じよ。
Oh, well, at least they still have their mutual hatred.
確か姉さんは昨日。
That's good.
ゲストハウスに帰らなくて済むようにって客室を用意してくれたのよね。あそこはバスもトイレもあるし、鍵もチェーンもかかる。横になれるベッドもあるし、主人もマリアちゃんとチャンネル争いをせずにテレビを見ることができるわ。
She's still holding the gun.
お好きになさるといいでしょう。でもくれぐれも用心を。ありがとう姉さん。
ありがとう姉さん。
そして余計なお世話よ。姉さんはみんなの監視を
One
よろ
last
し
bitchy
く。
comment.
犯人はこの中に必ずいるんだから。そして姉さんも自分が監視をされていることをお忘れなく。
Okay, a last few bitchy comments
捨て
before
台
she
詞はそれで
goes.
十分ですか。
Yeah, even Natsu's like, alright, are you done yet?
十分よ。じゃあね夏日姉さん。源氏さん、夕食になったら呼んでね。それまでチェーンをかけて閉じこもってるわ。
I'm sure this won't end badly for them.
源氏
Dia Diamond
Come.
redeemed insult. Dia Diamond. What do you even do around here, Dia Diamond? What use do you provide to me? None. You're a little bit more than a worm beneath my heel. Get out of my sights. You disgust me.
お二人を客室
No,
までお
it's
送りを。
no, it means I insult you. That's what it's for. I'm sorry if that wasn't your intent.
送り狼なんて
You should
嫌
read the
だもん。
descriptions. Why can't you read?
むしろ私たちが部屋に行くまで誰もこの部屋を出ないでくれる方が
You hate
安心
shady escorts? Eva would know a lot about escorting, I think.
ジョージ行くわよ。
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. In a murder story, two people just going off on their own? That's never a good sign.
ここでみんなといるよ。
ジョージ、こ
George!
の部屋に犯人がいるのよ。
They'll kill you?
そんなところにいるつもり？
この部屋を出るということは親族の誰かを疑うのと同じことだよ。僕はあんな恐ろしいことができる人間が親族にいるなんて信じない。
ジョージ、あなたからも言ってやってよ。
ジョージももう一人前の
Yeah, he's like
男や。
23. Let him do what he wants.
そのジョージの仁義がこの部屋から出えへん言わせるならそれも勝手やろ。好きにさせたれ。
父さん、
Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi left. The only voice that called after them was the sound of the rain. The parlor was being buried beneath the savage atmosphere. When I looked at the clock, I was surprised to find that it was already evening. Had we really spent that much time worrying about needless things, talking with each other, fighting with each other? Feeling bored, I started scratching at my head when Maria and I made eye contact. I was a little surprised since I thought she was completely immersed in the TV. Oh, she's gone back to witch mode, I think.
今なら信じるぜ。
Oh.
手紙も殺人もすべてベアトリーチェの仕業だ。
Oh, now you believe it.
むしろ頼むからそうだと名乗り出てほしいぜ。19人目の仕業ってことにさせてくれ。
Oh, he'd rather believe that than his family murdering each other. That makes sense.
俺たち18人はいつまでも互いを疑い合わなくちゃならねえ。これなら19人目の存在を信じる方がマシさ。
That is... I guess that would be a load off the mind.
扉も
Rather
窓
than,
も開けずに
I don't know, which of my family
小さな
members is
外へ
planning to
連れ出す
kill
なん
us
て
all?
ベアトリーチェならお茶の子さいさいなんだろう。
Maria, after taking a single short breath, hung her head and then raised her face again.
そうだよ。
She's gone back into witch mode.
魔女の前に扉の鍵なんて何の役にも
Locked
立たない
room
んだよ。
mysteries mean nothing to
ベアト
witches.
リーチェは72中のすべて
Oh,
に
like the
精通し
Gosha? Is that how you pronounce it?
33位のガープは望む相手を望む場所へ瞬時に運ぶ力を与え
Ours, get out of here. I always knew it. I always knew ours was being controlled by someone else.
彼女にとってどのような密室に閉じこもった人間だろうと連れ出すことは難しいことでも何でもないんだよ。
It makes sense. It makes sense that he would be under a witch's heel.
魔女はすげえな。頼むから、もしまだ事件を起こす気なら絶対に人間には無理なことをして俺に19人目を、いや魔女の存在を信じさせてくれよ。
いいよ。
Okay, I'll do it.
あったら伝えておくよ。
She said it so amicably. Crap. Nothing's made sense to me for a while now. Just when I want to believe in a 19th person, I deny it, and just when I want to believe there are only 18 people, I deny that too. Even though I want there to be more than just the 18 people here, I can't accept the existence of that 19th person. In short, even though there are more than 18 people, there are less than 19 people. The number of people in this mansion is 19 and it's greater than X is greater than 18. So the number of people can't be represented by an integer. However, it's impossible for there to be anything after the decimal point. Okay, stop bringing math into this. I didn't sign up for math, Ryokishi. You shouldn't be able to show the number of people with anything but an integer. And yet, 19 is greater than X is greater than 18. How do you explain the fraction less than 1? It's no wonder. That 19th person was something that couldn't be seen. That's why, since you can only write the number of people as an integer, you couldn't see that person. That witch cannot be seen, because Beatrice has no body. Therefore, she is invisible. Is there a 19th person or not? Does the witch exist or not? 19 is greater than X is greater than 18. The witch exists somewhere in that X. Sure, whatever, man. Whatever you say, dude. Crack. Eye catch. It's now 7 o'clock. Oh boy, nighttime. Good things always happen at night. The uncomfortable atmosphere continued even after those two left. It was thick with the idea that simply thinking about the culprit's identity would be the same as deciding whom to suspect. It had begun to feel like a discussion of the case was itself taboo. So no one mentioned the case, at least out loud. However, those thoughts were what filled our minds. All that we couldn't say aloud made our heads feel like they were going to explode. So, at least on the outside, the parlor had once again regained its calm mood. Everything was left unsettled.
少しだけ雨足が
Sure
弱
it
まった気が
has.
するね。
Sure it has. It'll let up by tomorrow, for sure.
おお、まだいっぱい降ってるよ。おお。
仮にやんだってこの島には船がねえんだしな。船が明日すぐに来てくれりゃいいんだがよ。洋館バカンさんもうお腹いっぱいだぜ。
母さん、明日船はいつ来るのかな。
本来なら帰りの船は今日の3時に来てくれることになっていました。先方も台風が過ぎてから来直すと電話をしてくれたでしょうが、あいにく電話は普通ですから。
All the phones are down.
でも向こう
Phone
の
lines
子供
cut.
扱いではありません。客人の方々の送迎目的だと教えてありますから、おそらく明日の朝一番で
We can only hope, right?
9時頃くらいに来てくれるでしょう。
It sounds like a lot of coping going on with that explanation. It was completely black outside. When I looked at the clock, I realized that it was just past 7. I was starting to get hungry. He's hungry. Battler's a hungry boy. In the kitchen, Kumasawa was cooking enthusiastically. She had laid out a variety of dishes, and while they didn't match the level of Goda's artful cooking, they were still quite gorgeous. And Goda was a prick anyway, so whatever. It was an act of kindness from Kumasawa, who was trying to enliven everyone's low spirits with some food. Kumasawa wasn't nearly as talented as a professional cook like Goda, but she was far from unskilled. On the contrary, since she had been brought up in a fishing village, the simple food she created was sometimes highly praised. Kanon arranged the food Kumasawa had finished creating on plates under her direction. Kanon also helped in the kitchen sometimes, but since he was rarely placed in that role, he was slightly awkward even though he tried his best. Self-conscious about the fact that he couldn't cleverly arrange the food, Kanon's expression darkened slightly. But Kumasawa smiled as though everything was fine.
綺麗に盛り付けられてますよ。カノン君もお上手ですよ。
シャノン姉さんだったらもっと綺麗に。
If only my sister were here. Kanon stopped arranging the food for a bit and hung his head. She knew how to put food on plates. Shannon was the one who always assisted Kumasawa in her cooking. Tonight, Kanon was doing it instead. And as he remembered Shannon's face and her brutal end, he grimaced. Genji spoke kindly to Kanon as he advanced upon. Nanjo had escaped from the parlor once the mood had grown sour, and Genji had become his opponent in a game of chess upon Nanjo's request. I'm sure they're having a fun time. Game night. Game night at the Ushiromiya mansion. Just don't think about your dead surrogate sister. Genji purposefully refrained from facing Kanon as he spoke. He did so because he understood that it might make things tougher on Kanon if he noticed that someone was looking at his eyes. Nanjo also understood that and held back any thoughtless words.
金蔵さんもどこへ行かれたんでしょうな。ご無事だといいのですが。
わかりません。ただ、すべては親方様が望まれ、仕組まれたことのように思っています。それを邪推することは。
To exceed my role as furniture. The furniture thing is so funny.
私には今夜まだ何か良くないことが起こるような気がして怖いのです。
怖いことなど何？
Yeah, I'm a believer. I'll be safe. The witch won't kill me.
私はただ
Oh, he's just like, well, it'll be fine if the witch kills me, because it'll be part of my job as furniture. Nanjo sighed through his nose and made a carefully considered move. Nanjo was very slightly dubious. Could Genji possibly be thinking that he'd be left out of this? He couldn't even imagine what was happening inside this mansion, but he definitely couldn't deny the possibility that Kinzo had devised something. If you liken this island to chess, Kinzo had opened the game, and as a result, 6 pieces had been defeated. Could it— oh yes. Oh, more chess metaphors, please. I love them. Yum, yum, yum. They're so delicious. Could it be that Genji was calm because he believed he alone was on the outside of the chessboard and therefore safe? Nanjo thought about it. Isn't everyone just a piece on this chessboard, lined up equally without any exceptions? Wasn't even Genji, who had gained more of Kinzo's trust than anyone. No, who was confident of his position as Kinzo's only close friend. Just another one of those pieces laid out on the chessboard. Yeah, he's the queen. He is Kinzo's queen. Oh, I'm sure at least some of you will. What was the, hang on, let me when can I right click? Hang on, it's gotta do this first. There we go. Second Twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close. Yeah, it's not looking good for Eva and Hideyoshi, I think. Crash. The guest room Eva and Hideyoshi moved into had originally been built to house guests before the guest house's construction. So until a few years ago, they had stayed in these rooms every family conference and were very familiar with them. This room was just like a room at a hotel with a bedroom and a bathroom. So even though they were still shut in, it was far more comfortable than the parlor.
やっぱり家族だけだとリラックスできるな。他のみんなも客室にこもって鍵をかけてりゃええんや。
夏日姉さんが客間を出るなって威張り散らしてるんだもん。
She was so mean to me, so I had to be mean back.
誰も口答えなんてできないでしょ。あの人、ずーっと冷や飯を食ってきたから、兄さんが死んでやっと天下が来たって張り切ってんのよ。
Well, that's not so bad. I always support abusing what power you have.
ずうずうしいったら嵐の。
You should always abuse your position
まあそういう
to further your own ends.
夏日さんもあれで結構頑張っとるんやで。お前もそう突っかからんでもええやないか。さっきのレシートの件もあそこまでは言い過ぎやで。
You were being a little too bitchy. It wasn't sexy bitchy like usual.
だ
It was just cruel.
あそこで言わなかったらもう言うタイミングがないんだもん。
Eva, sulking cutely and looking at the television, sat along Hideyoshi, who was lying on the bed. Uh-oh.
でも
Oh, okay, I thought that was going to be threatening music for a second, but this was just the fanciful
久し
song.
ぶりよね。
そうやな。
Oh no, are they going to do the nasty?
思えばわしもお前も老けたもんや。
The horizontal tango?
ジョージが生まれてから何もかもが。
Oh, okay, they're just going to reminisce. Thank God.
本当にあっ
I didn't come here to see old people fuck. Well, MILFs are okay. I'm not so sure about not Hideyoshi, though.
子供を作るの焦りすぎたかしら。
Eva's eyes looked like they were staring off into the distance. Yes, she had thought of it as a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Her older brother Kraus had been unable to father a child for quite some time. 6 years passed after his marriage to Natsuhi without even any sign of pregnancy, which didn't please Kinzo at all. Eva herself had thought that, since her name would be moved outside the Ushiromiya register when she got married anyway, it didn't matter whether a successor to the headship was born or not. And then, one day, she had a heavenly revelation. Or maybe it was the whisperings of the devil that she had listened to in her greed. If she could give birth to a successor first, wouldn't she be able to remain in the Ushiromiya register? If things went well, maybe she'd have a chance to inherit the Ushiromiya family herself. When she proposed this to Hideyoshi, he had approved of it instantly. This wasn't because Hideyoshi also had greedy thoughts. Well, I think he kind of does. For Hideyoshi, who had no close relatives, it was a chance for him to feel once more the long-forgotten thing called family. So when they got married, he hadn't fussed over which last name they were to keep, and had quickly agreed to have his name entered into the Ushiromiya family register. It hadn't been easy to persuade Kinzo, but as his daughter, Eva knew Kinzo's personality well. So by choosing the time when Kinzo was most dissatisfied with Natsuhi, she was magnificently able to make him accept Hideyoshi as an adopted son-in-law. Looking at Hideyoshi, who had achieved success after starting from nothing, Kinzo might have seen a little bit of himself. He quickly grew to like Hideyoshi and approved his transfer into the Ushiromiya register. I see. So that's how Eva manipulated it. George would eventually become the successor to the Ushiromiya family. They had raised him strictly with that purpose in mind. He had been worth their while and had grown into a fabulous young man who wouldn't disappoint no matter where he went. That was why he had not been permitted to fall in love with a servant like Shannon. So when he'd learned that Shannon was dead and the engagement was now invalid, though part of her had still been shocked by that gruesome crime, part of her had also been relieved that her dear George wouldn't be stolen by some servant girl.
私クラウス兄さんのことが
Well,
昔
Kraus
から
is
嫌いだった
like kind of a massive chode, so that's, that's not unreasonable.
偉そうで威張ってて自分がやがては当主になるのだと自慢してて
He is a Disney adult. There's many traits to dislike about Kraus.
だからそれに一矢報いてやりたかったでもそれは子供の頃の感情なのよ
Maybe, but revenge is fun,
で
so
も
it's
その
okay.
感情は結局自分の人生のほとんどを支配したそれだけならまだいいその感情はあなたやジョージまで巻き込んで振り回してしまった
Are you a user, Eva?
エヴァ、備え自分を責めるな。
Hideyoshi got up and held Eva's shoulder. She could feel a warm understanding from him.
わしはな、自分の人生はもうとっくに折り返しに入っとる。でもな、今日までの生活を後悔したことは一度もないで。一度もや。エヴァと一緒で他の男どもじゃ味わえん楽しい人生になったと思っとる。戦争で身寄りを失った
In
わ
the
しに
war.
もう一度家族のぬくもりを教えてくれ。
Does he mean World War II?
だから
I assume so.
後宮の家に
I
は
guess, you know,
感謝しとる
86,
し、
World War II isn't that
わ
far
しの
back from
唯
then.
一の家だと思っ
He was
とる。
probably just like a very young man then.
わしとお前が歩んできた人生にな、今日までほんまに楽しい人生
Like if he's in
やっ
his
たで。
early, like even if he's in his late 40s, like he could have been, yeah, I buy it. I buy him being in like late 40s, early 50s. Eva hung her head, burying her face in Hideyoshi's chest. Probably, no one in the parlor could even imagine that this side of Eva existed.
感謝するのはわしや。今日までお前と一緒にいて後悔した日なんてあらへん。
私もよ。あなたと一緒になれてよかった。
よかった？
ジョージももう立派な大人や。わしが見張ってなくてもしっかり仕事ができる一人前や。で、正月あたりをのんびりモルジム
Oh
あた
god,
りで過
they're
ごさんか。
talking about New Year's plans? They're so dead.
わしら二人水入ら
They're so dead.
いや
This is there's never been a bigger death flag than, hey, what do you want to do after
毎
this?
年年賀状の返礼で寝る暇もないとか言ってるじゃない。
次の正月だけはなしや。年賀状はみん。黙って下のお年玉くじだけチェックするんや。
I can't believe we're about to lose another MILF.
今年はカラーテレビくらい当てたいで。
やだ。モルジブでお年玉くじのチェックなんてしたくない。
じゃあそいつもなしや。水いらずのんびりでジョージが生まれる直前の新婚時代の続きをちょいとし
I
て
mean,
み
yeah,
る
it's not like they have any other kids to take care of. George is an adult man. They can go on a vacation. Like, George probably lives on his own by
そ
now,
れ
right?
ならいいわね。
モルジブはええとこらしいで。
Maldives.
なんもない島に美しいサンゴ礁と水上コテージが並んでてな。
Isn't that just what this place
新
is?
婚時代の続きっていつからなの？
仕事納めしたらすぐや。旅行店に聞いてみんとわからんが、多分大晦日前
He
には
might be expected to live at home until he marries. I guess that's, yeah, I guess that makes sense, yeah. In more, collective cultures. I think that's how it works. But regardless, I mean, he's like 23. He can stay at home by himself. He's old enough. You can give him the remote. He won't burn down the house. George is a very responsible young man, not a sociopath at all secretly.
いや、今すぐがいい。
Eva nagged at his lips in a peevish yet flirtatious manner. Ooh! The only sound that filled the room were the distant voice of the announcer on the news, which Hideyoshi had left on, and the obnoxious pounding of the rain against the window. This is where the audience goes, ooh! They're fucking dead, by the way. They're so gone. There was a knock on the door, and Genji-san entered.
奥様、お夕食の準備が整いました。お食事はまたこちらでよろしいですか？
ええ。ここへ運ばせなさい。
Like they're gonna be like,
Nanjo
oh,
sensei
Eva and Hideyoshi aren't here for dinner. I guess they're just asleep.
はい。次の一手を熟考したいとおっしゃっております。ご安心を。他の使用人
That
たちと
Hanjo guy sure
ご
loves
一緒
him
で
some chess.
源氏さんはじいさまの相手ができるくらいチェスが強いもんな。南條先生よりも強いらしいぜ。
そうなんだ。昔相手をしてもらったことがあるけど、あれは勝たせてくれたのかな。
マリア、 もうすぐ飯だそうだぜ。しかし、よく一日中テレビを見ていて飽きねえな。
いつもテレビいっぱい見てるから平気。
For me, it's always like this.
マリアちゃんはテレビっ子なんだね。
It's probably because her parents are never around.
食事だから机の上を片付けないとダメだぜ。
Or rather, I guess Rosa was it's implied Rosa was a single mother, I think? So, because Rosa was always busy. Earlier, we had torn several pages out of Maria's notebook, and there was now a mess where everyone had been drawing together. Jessica began cleaning that up quickly. Still, everyone here really can draw. I never guessed.
源氏、エヴァさんたちにもせめて食事くらい一緒にしないかとお声をかけなさい。
Oh no, they're
どう
not.
せ断るでしょう。
Yeah, like I said, they're dead. Oh, they're so dead.
かしこまりました。
お父様の次はエヴァさんですか。つくづく後宮家の食卓には全員が揃いませんね。
Natsuhi felt her headache start throbbing again and lightly held her temples. Genji's gonna like knock on the door, there'll be no response. They're fucking gone. The distance from the kitchen to the parlor wasn't that great, so Genji had gone and come back by himself, but the guest room was a little farther away. Natsuhi had warned him to avoid being alone whenever possible, and just now Nanjo had also admonished him, saying it would be better if he held a little more concern for his safety. Kanon accompanied Genji, and the two of them went to visit Eva and Hideyoshi in their guest room. Genji knocked on the door. Oh boy, here it comes. There's gonna be no answer. They're gonna force their way in. They're gonna be dead on that bed. I'm telling you. Watch me be right. I know what dramatic timing is. He waited a short while for them to come out, but there was no response. I'm right. I'm right.
源氏様、これは。
Kanon pointed under the door. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. A Western envelope had been inserted under it. Normally, when something was inserted this way, it'd be interpreted as a message from someone outside to someone in the room. So, since this might be a private note meant for Eva and Hideyoshi, it was not something that Kanon and Genji were supposed to take interest in. But this Western envelope was one of Kinzo's, the same kind as the one Maria had taken out last night and surprised everyone with. Congratulations, you made it into Smash Brothers.
親方様の封筒。
あるいは。
Even though this was one of Kinzo's envelopes, the letter Maria let aloud the previous night had come from Kinzo. Genji continued knocking a little harder and called out in a loud voice.
Eva-sama. Eva-sama. Genji でございます。
Oh, they're so dead.
いらっしゃいますか。お返事をお願いいたします。Eva-sama.
But there was no response from inside. Oh, they're so fucking dead. Sometimes when the servants went to call some guests for a meal, the guests would be sleeping so deeply they wouldn't wake up. In times like that, the servants would stick a letter in the door to show that it was time to come out and leave the guests be. But despite that, Genji beat even harder on the door and called out Eva's name. However, there was no answer. Kanon stuck his ear to the door, held its breath, and listened for any sounds coming from inside.
テレビの音らしきものが。でも気配が感じられません。
I can't sense their key.
お部屋は空っぽかも。
Genji took out a handkerchief and, careful not to touch it with his bare hands, gently pulled out the envelope that had been stuck under the door. It was sealed with deep red sealing wax. Without a doubt, the mark on that sealing wax had come from the Ushuramiya family head's ring.
Eva-sama. Eva-sama. どうかお返事を。もうお部屋にはいらっしゃいませんか。
But there was still no answer. There was a chance that these two were aimlessly walking around the mansion. This was the home Eva had grown up in. There was plenty of reason to think that she had gone out on a casual stroll. Genji groped around in his pocket and pulled out the bundle of keys, which contained the key that would open the guest room.
源氏様。
Kanon also understood what this meant. They would sometimes unlock the door so that they could go in and do things like make the beds, but only after they made sure the guests were out. to unlock the door for any other reason, and especially to do so when there was a chance the guests hadn't given permission might still be in there, was an action unbecoming of a servant. I think it's a little past the time for decorum, but Genji had decided. If the only problem that had been that his knock hadn't received a reply, he wouldn't have gone this far. The envelope under the door was doubtlessly one of Kinzo's, or rather, one of the Western envelopes of the Ushiramiya family head. After last night, the sender of this envelope could be someone other than Kinzo. If this letter had been sent by someone else. Here it comes. Are you ready, minions? It's gonna be a bloody sight. After giving that final notice, Genji stuck one of the keys from the bundle into the keyhole. There was the sound of the door unlocking, and after slowly turning the knob, he slowly started opening the door. Let's fucking... They're dead. Light seeped through the crack of the door. Were they in the room? Or had they forgotten to turn out the lights? Clank. It was the sound of the door chain being pulled tight. The chain had been secure. Oh yeah, Eva did say she would do that. So that means they did not leave the room. The chain couldn't be secured from the outside, so it also proved that they were in the room. The sound of voices on the TV seeped out of the room. The lights, the chain, and the TV. All of these things made it clear they were in the room, but there was no sign of them. Genji called out to Eva once again through the crack in the door, but there was no answer.
Genji-sama, いかがしますか?
As part of their job, the servants were able to unlock almost any lock in the mansion. They had no way to open a door with a chain. The only way to get by the chain was to cut it. That was certainly not permitted as part of a servant's usual work. A creepy chill had already rushed up their backs. Kanon held his breath again and tried to sense someone through the door, but even so, he was not able to sense anyone. As Kanon hurried away to get a cutting tool, Genji called him to a stop. Yeah, don't go alone. Not good to go alone. There's a murder person out there. It looked like Kanon was wondering why he had to do something so troublesome in the middle of this urgent situation. But Genji had said it out of wariness. He didn't care what happened to himself. And in the worst case scenario, he didn't want anything to happen to Kanon. I wonder if Genji thinks of Kanon kind of like a son. In the kitchen, he seems to care a lot about Kanon, like specifically. In the kitchen, Kumasawa was piling food on the serving cart, and Nanjo was waiting for Genji, apparently wanting to show him a move he'd finally thought up that might turn the tables on him. But Genji's appearance immediately told him that something was wrong. Genji took Nanjo, who still didn't know what was going on, and quickly left the kitchen.
Kumasawa-san, 申し訳ありませんが、僕と一緒に来てください。
何があったんですか、カノンさん。
Kumasawa said almost exactly the same thing as Nanjo, unable to take in the situation, and chased after Kanon, who had flown out into the hallway. Taking Kumasawa with him, Kanon went to a storage room and looked through the tools packed in toolboxes and hanging all over the walls, trying to find something that could be used to cut the chain.
何を探してるんですか？私も手伝いますよ。
ドアチェーンを切断するんです。大きめの番線カッターはどこだっけ？
ドアチェーンを？どうしてそんなことをするんですか？
エヴァ様たちの部屋にチェーンが中にいらっしゃるはずなのに、お声をかけても返事がないんです。
It took Kumasawa some time to figure out how cutting the chain and Eva and Hideyoshi not answering were connected, but she did realize this was an urgent situation. Well, Battler, you did ask for a murder that no human could commit. I guess you shouldn't have said that out loud. That one will probably do the trick. Canon took down a very large wire cutter that had been hanging on the wall. It was called a cutter, but maybe it'd be easier to understand if we said it was shaped like a large pair of pliers. Canon remembered once being warned that this dangerous tool could easily cut through one of your fingers. Canon took that and rushed up the stairs. He already knew instinctively. He should fight for every minute, every second to open it quickly. Or perhaps it was already.
待ってください、カノンさん。
早く。
Hurry up, old lady! Kumasawa eventually caught up with him, gasping for breath with both hands on her knees. When Canon changed his grip on the wire cutters and looked up at the door, he let out an ah, struck speechless. Uh-oh. Oh, what's this one?
なんですかこれは。
That wasn't there before. Kumasawa screamed weakly, her face pallid. That was no surprise, because right there on the door, just like the magic circle that had been drawn on the shutter of the Rose Garden storehouse, there was another eerie shape drawn with a blood-like paint. However, it would be odd to call this one a magic circle, because unlike what most people would expect, it wasn't a circle with shapes drawn inside it, but a slightly more complicated geometrical shape. However, those strange characters filling in the gaps which weren't from the alphabet were the same kind as the one that the magic circle on the shutter. But the thing that had struck Canon speechless wasn't how eerie the magic circle was. It was that something like this hadn't been here a short while ago. First, he had taken a trip back to the kitchen. After that, he'd gone to the storage room to grab a tool and headed right back. Put those together, and it couldn't have been more than 5 minutes. How could someone add something this creepy during that period of time? And that complex. And as though it had just been drawn, almost like the door itself was bleeding. Several unsettling vertical red lines dripped down, getting longer and longer. Kumasawa's knees gave way and she sank down on the spot. If Kumasawa hadn't done this first, then Canon surely would have wanted to. She got him. She got 2 more.
ベアトリーチェ様の仕業ですよ。恐ろしや恐ろしや。
Canon gulped, then readied the wire cutter and approached the door. He didn't want to get close to this disturbing magic circle, and he really didn't want to touch the steadily dripping substance that looked like blood. But if he didn't get close, he wouldn't be able to cut the chain. Fighting this cold feeling, he gulped again, and after gathering his courage, he went even closer, putting the wire cutter up against the chain. He then pressed with all of his strength, managing to cut through the chain far more easily than he'd anticipated. The cut chain fell into 2 separate parts, which continued to cling as they swayed back and forth. Here it comes! Wait, did Genji take the first one they found, or is this like a new one, or did Genji just left it there? I think he left it there. It looked like Kumasawa had also noticed the western envelope at the bottom of the door. Yeah, it's the same one, okay. And that the sealing wax had been sealed with the head's ring. Canon hesitated for just a second over whether he should open the letter first or check inside the room, but he eventually decided on fulfilling his original purpose. Canon pulled a handkerchief out of his pocket. This was so he wouldn't leave fingerprints on the door. If his worst fears were realized, the police would want to investigate this room too. Oh boy, he slowly pushed the door open. He was able to more clearly hear the sound of the television, which had been seeping out faintly this whole time. Eva was lying face up on the bed. On the bed with her shoes still on? Kumasawa, who had fearfully entered after Canon and who was hiding behind his back, screamed a short "Eek!" again when she saw Eva like that. Eva's shoes had been the first part of her that Canon had seen, so the oddness of wearing shoes in bed was the first thing to strike him. But when Eva's head shifted into his line of sight, Canon couldn't help but let out a short scream like Kumasawa. Right in the middle of Eva's forehead, something had been placed? Something was growing there? No. right in the center of her forehead. Was it an old-fashioned knife? That or some weapon like it was sticking out? Oh no. Oh no, who could have seen this coming? Wait, where's Hideyoshi? At the base of where it was stuck in, blood dripped down, staining the sheets on the other side bright red. Kumasawa's knees gave way once more, and she sank down on the floor. The Golden Slaughter! Her mouth kept flapping open and closed, but she couldn't even scream. Eva was dead, with some kind of weapon sticking out of her forehead. Both eyes were open wide, and the image of the person who killed her must have been burned into them. But the only mouth capable of naming that person had been shut for all eternity. Even though her forehead was the last place they wanted to look, they couldn't tear their eyes from it. Right there, the weapon was stuck into Eva's forehead, standing almost perfectly upright. And on the handle was a complicated design that you wouldn't expect to see on an ordinary weapon. That thing could be summed up with the word occult. It was a vulgar object with a design that might have been of some demon. Yeah, where's Hideyoshi? Eva was on top of her bed, but the other bed was empty. Where was Hideyoshi? After taking a backwards glance at Kumasawa still on her knees and stupefied, he checked the bathroom just in case. At the moment he opened the door, he was greeted by steam and the sound of the shower. Uh-oh. Is this where we find Hideyoshi? The bathroom was of the same familiar style as most hotel bathrooms. Damn, the murder song goes so hard. When taking a shower, a waterproof curtain was used to keep water from flying out. The waterproof curtain was half open, and lying tumbled down in the bathtub was Hideyoshi, completely naked with both eyes open, and pointing right at Kanon. Just like Eva, a weapon with a demon-like design was stuck into his forehead. Since his head had been under the shower's hot water this whole time, his face wasn't half covered and filthy with blood like Eva's had been. But the sight of him dead while still taking a shower was tragic enough. Just then, they heard Natsuhi's voice coming from the hall. She was probably coming with Genji. She still got the gun. Has she been holding on to it since before dinner?
いえ、まだ読んでおりません。
うかつに触らん方がいいですな。犯人の指紋が残っております。
Oh, yeah, I knew they were as soon as they started talking about, what do you want to do for New Year's once we're off this island? That's when I knew they were gone.
警察に渡した方がよい。
Poor George. He lost his fiancée and his mom and dad all in one stroke. At least Battler kind of hated his parents. Or rather, just Rudolph anyways. As Natsuhi had said that, she picked up the envelope. And before checking its contents, she entered the room herself where she found Eva dead. Oh gosh. How horrible. How twisted. How evil and vile. Kanon gripped his handkerchief and twisted the valve, turning off the shower. In the bathtub, a small jar of body soap had fallen with its cap off. It really looked like he'd been attacked while taking a shower. This is just like, The Shining. Not The Shining, sorry. American Psycho. There was still a small splash of blood clinging to the white bathtub, and the combination of red and white made a horrible contrast.
わかった。市販は出た。死後工場も始まった。おそらく殺されてから1時間経った。
Hey, we were just talking about rigor mortis and Ace Attorney. We know rigor mortis doesn't start until 3 hours after death, roughly.
しかし、このような縁の短い凶器で頭蓋骨を。
Yeah, that's what I thought when I first saw the scene. Was that like, sticking a blade right into someone's skull is really hard.
考えられん。
Nanjo checked their pulse and their pupils, making certain of their deaths once more. Like, skulls are really thick. Like, really thick. As Canon watched this business-like treatment, he thought, couldn't you tell at a glance that they're dead without doing all that? Nanjo thought about removing the weapon, but then decided it'd be better to preserve the scene and hand it over to the police, so he had left it alone. Also, I don't want your brains spilling out. But a close inspection of the base showed that it didn't have a blade. In fact, it was more conical than blade-shaped. Oh, that would make it easier. You'll notice that rather than a knife, it was more like a short-handled spear, something with a shape better suited for thrusting than slicing. That does make sense. Rather than a short spear, you might call it a thick ice pick. At any rate, after looking at this scene, no further words were needed to describe that sort of terrible purpose such eerily designed weapons were originally made for. Nor was it necessary to explain how they carried out their function. Natsuhi, hoping to escape the repulsive steam filling the bathroom as soon as she could, covered her mouth with a handkerchief and dashed from the room. Just viewing the gruesome bodies for an instant had been enough to burn the image into her eyes. If she looked any longer, that image would surely remain in her vision for all eternity. The rising urge to vomit was exactly the same feeling she'd had the morning at the gardening storehouse. For a while, Natsuhi couldn't help but stand with her back facing the guest room, fighting that sickness in her stomach. Yeah, for sure. George isn't gonna take this well. This is like murder music to practice Electric Wind Godfist to. George might be next. You know, I don't think any of the kids are gonna get it. At least not this early. I feel like all the adults are gonna be the first to go. If anyone's the protagonists, like, obviously there's Battler, but I feel like Jessica and George are gonna be sticking around for a while. Maria, too. But they could tell that those fiercely racing footsteps in the hallway belonged to George even before he came dashing into the room. George and the other children had been waiting in the parlor. However, when they saw Genji speak to Natsuhi, when they saw her turn pale and fly out of the parlor, they'd felt a sense of foreboding. And when they saw a large group of people gathered around the guest room, they were sure of it. Ruh-roh. Maria is fine with this. Canon didn't have to say anything. George's scream after he ran into the room told them everything they needed to know. Yeah, that'll do it. That's the sanity-slipping scream right there. George has now lost everything! Natsuhi touched George's shoulder with her hand, but he violently shook her off. George fell over beside Eva and buried his face in the bed in front of his mother's face, wailing. Then he pounded on the bed with his fist over and over again. Battler had his back against the wall of the hallway, and he was covering his eyes with his right hand and weeping without restraint. Yeah, it's a little rough. It's a little bit of a rough time. Of course, it's sad when anyone dies, no matter who it is. I beg to differ, but we'll continue on. But to Battler, those left alone by the deaths of others were far more worthy of pity. Everyone here now had lost someone close to them. George wasn't the only one to be pitied. However, George's pain was far greater than anyone else's.
人はいつか死ぬぜ。
Well, not me. I'll never die. I'm here forever and ever.
でもよ、そいつは兄貴にとってはずっと未来の話で、しかもそいつは一つずつ順番に訪れるべきもんじゃねえかよ。小すぎるぜ。やろう。少しは人の情けってもんがねえのかよ。
Rip. We lost another MILF, gentlemen. This is a terrible day. We lost the best one, in fact. This is awful. All we're left with is Natsuhi, who is third best.
バトラ、泣かない泣かない。
Maria tried to comfort Battler in a mechanical-sounding voice. Battler violently wiped his tears.
クソだ。もう流さないぜ。悔し涙も悲しみの涙ももう二度と流さねえぜ。ああ、全然ダメだ。
That's true. Natsuhi is a lot better with a gun.
俺たちは魔女様に爪を食らってるわけだ。終生一方ってわけだ。
Now pay attention carefully to Battler saying he won't cry again, because I have a feeling that's a lie.
そりゃダメだぜ。全然ダメだ。チェス盤がひっくり返っちまうぜ。
Yeah, you do it, kid.
野郎は俺たち羊が明日まで逃げる手段もなく怯えてるだけだろうと思ってるだろうよ。だからひっくり返すぜ。
Spams!
明日までこの島から逃げられねえのは野郎も同じだ。しょんべんちびりそうになりながら逃げ隠れするのは俺たちじゃねえ。暴いてやるぜ。必ずな。明日までに。いや、明日まで待たねえ。今夜。今夜中にその胸ぐらをつかみ上げてやる。
I glance at the other episodes in my Steam library. If you say so.
とにかくこの部屋は警察が来るまでこのままにして施錠します。いいですね。
Natsuhi announced it as though she didn't care whether they agreed or not. If anyone had a right to object, it would have been George, but he looked as though he'd shed enough tears. George nodded slightly, still facing away from the others, and when he stood up, everyone else agreed too. Natsuhi still hadn't opened the western envelope of the family head that she'd picked up, but now that they decided to leave this room, she decided to unseal it in the parlor where everyone could watch. As soon as they walked out into the hallway to head back to the parlor, some of them immediately felt something out of place, or maybe sensed something strange. Uh-oh.
うー
What now?
答えよ。
マリアもわかるか。
You know what? I'm not sure if Natsuhi is next.
こりゃ何の匂いだ
I
よ。
feel like
ひでえ匂いだぜ。
this may be presumptuous of me, but I feel like Natsuhi is weirdly important to this whole narrative. I think she'll be sticking around for a while too. When everyone sniffed the air, they did notice a horrible burnt smell drifting through the hallway. Oh, Kumasawa was cooking. What was she cooking? One that none of them had smelled until then.
私ちょっと厨房を見てきます。火はちゃんと消したはずなんですよ。
After noticing a burnt smell, it was natural that Kumasawa, who had just been using the burner in the kitchen, suspected that her own slip-up had caused it. Kumasawa hastily dashed away.
カノン、熊沢と行きなさい。一人にさせないよう。
Nobody was left alone, right? Everybody was there. After nodding at Genji's order, Kanon followed after her. He wasn't running, but as he followed her, he tried to search for the cause of the smell in other directions as well.
臭い。
これは確かに 鼻が曲がりそうな匂いですね。
Yeah, everybody's here. I don't think anyone was left behind. Our cast is rapidly shrinking. Natsuhi was reluctant to open the window in a situation where self-defense was so important.
換気扇を回させましょう。窓を開ける必要はないと思います。
ジョージの兄貴、話しかけても大丈夫かよ。
犯人を探す相談なら構わないよ。
It seemed that George had managed to climb out of the abyss of sorrow. All that filled his chest now was the quiet flame of hatred towards the culprit who had stolen the lives of the one he loved and his beloved parents.
部屋にはチェーンがかかってた。さっき構造を見たが、とても外から再現。
Another good old locked room mystery. We're like 3 for 3 on those.
つまり完璧な密室だったってことだ。
そうなるね。バラ庭園の倉庫の時はシャッターの鍵を使用人室からこっそりと持ち出したのだろうとか、あるいは複製の鍵を持っていた可能性とか、いくつか方法が想像できた。でもチェーンは違う。チェーンは一般に浸透した施錠方法の中で最もシンプルに密室を構築できる。
チェーンだけは物理的に破壊しない限り外からはどうにもならないぜ。
Yep. That is how chains work, thank you.
犯人は扉からは出入りしなかったってことなのか。
こりゃ面白いや。つい数時間ほど前にも扉以外でどうやって部屋から出入りしたのかってみんなで騒いだ気がするぜ。
Yeah, this switch is something to prove. Back then, we were all losing our cool, wondering how grandfather had disappeared from his room. The receipt Aunt Eva stuck in the door on a whim proved that the door had remained sealed. And since Aunt Natsuhi was the only other person to enter or exit that time, she was under suspicion. Aunt Eva proposed a theory about how Aunt Natsuhi might have thrown grandfather out the window and left by the door herself. But this door is much simpler. It was sealed from the inside by the door chain. The window had also been locked from the inside, and the bodies had been inside the room. This time, it really had been, without exaggeration, a true closed room. That's right. If you include grandfather's disappearance, 3 cases have occurred, and all 3 times the doors have been a point of interest. The first was the shutter. There was a key in the servant room, and if we assume someone knew about that, this can't really be called a closed room. The closed rooms are getting more closed every time. The next was the door sealed by the receipt. However, Aunt Natsuhi entered that room, so if grandfather had left through the window or been thrown out, she would have been able to lock the window before escaping. Or, like my theory, grandfather could have hidden until the receipt was gone and left the room later. Basically, this door can be defeated with a handful of desperate tricks. In that sense, you really can't call this one a closed room either. And now we have the door sealed with the door chain. Finally, we have to give up. The window, the door, everything had been locked. It was a perfect closed room. The first hadn't been a closed room because everyone could be suspected. The second hadn't been a closed room because Aunt Natsuhi could be suspected. But this time, no one can be suspected. This was a perfect closed room because the door chain formed a seal that blocked everyone equally well.
なら、犯人は室内に入らずに犯行に及んだ。
I don't know how they can, brain them with ice picks without entering the room.
何らかの方法で。
That seems unlikely.
確かに。
And very desperate thinking.
チェーンである以上。
Yeah, Dia Diamond, they already mentioned the window was locked from the inside.
ノックして顔を覗かせたところを襲うとか。
No, Hideyoshi was dead in the shower.
いや、甘いか。
They had to be in the room.
甘いよな。エヴァおばさんの遺体が扉のすぐそばだったなら。
Yeah, she was on the bed, Hideyoshi was in the shower.
だが、エヴァおばさんは部屋の奥のベッドの上。しかも、秀吉おじさんはバスルームだった。チェーンの隙間からでは姿を見ることもできねえし、手を伸ばすこともできねえ。ちくしょう、全然ダメだぜ。さっぱりだ。
全然ダメだぜ。 something was tugging softly at my sleeve. It was Maria. Oh, she's got that smug look on her face again.
満足って何がだよ。
You got what you asked for, didn't you, Battler? A mystery that couldn't be done by a human.
バトラは親族の誰かを疑うのが嫌だから、犯人
Yeah,
は
that's
ベ
what you
アト
wanted,
リーチェ
right?
が会ってほしいと願ったよ。だからベアトリーチェは叶えた。バトラが言った通り、絶対に人間には無理なことをして、バトラに魔女の存在を信じさせてくれた。なのにわがまま。
Oh. I tapped Maria, who was laughing unpleasantly on the head with my fist.
ああ、叶えてくれ
Get
て
her
ありがと
ass.
うよ。
Own this child.
今のはその例と、不謹慎な時に笑ったことへの教育的指導だ。それより教えやがれ。エヴァおばさんたちの部屋の扉にも、また怪しげな落書きがされていた。あれもまた魔法陣なのか。
あれは特に覚えやすい特徴的な形なんだから、あのくらい知っててほしいね。
I love that, like, they present, you know, this, like, mysterious alternate personality, and Maria's like, she's possessed, but no, she's actually just still a kid. Like, he just taps her on the head, she's like, ow!
知らねえから花を持たせてやってんだ。ごちゃごちゃ言わねえで解説しろい。
バトラは暴力的だね。あんまり意地悪すると教えないよ。
He keeps doing it. Okay, so stop. I'll do it if you stop. Like, it's at first you think, oh no, she's like possessed or something, but she's actually just pretending.
あれは月の一の魔法陣だよ。
何の意味がある？その魔法陣のご利益は？書かれてるヘブライ語の意味は？
記されているのは旧約聖書。
Okay, I won't look it up this time. They'll say it eventually.
16節。主は聖堂の
For he has
扉を
broken gates
破
of
り
brass and cuts
鉄の
through bars of
冠
iron.
を
Oh
打ち
well,
破ってください
I
ま
feel
し
like that's a very literal interpretation of that Bible verse for this
魔法陣の
purpose.
効用は2つ。1つはいかなる方法によって閉ざされた扉でも開くことができる。
そりゃ便利な魔法だぜ。つまり魔法の力に頼らなきゃ開けぬ密室の扉っていう魔女さん。もう一つの効用は
開かぬ扉を八方塞がりの事態に見立て扉を
Oh,
開く。
so it's how she got in and then out.
難解な事態の時に用いることでそれまで思いつきもしなかった解決策を与えてくれるんだよ。平たく言うと観察力や洞察力、ひらめきや直感を授けてくれるんだね。ベアトリーチェはバトラごとき人間風情にこの扉の開き方がわかるものかって挑発
That
し
is
てるんだ
very
よ。
provoking. That makes me want to do it. He keeps slapping her. See, now it's funny.
もう黙れご苦労。
See, it's funny when the child is being a shit.
上等だぜ。その魔女の挑戦受けてやら。
マリアちゃん、この世に魔女も悪魔も存在しない。父さんと母さんは誰かが殺した。それが僕のよく知る人間なのか知らない人間なのかはわからない。でもそのどちらであっても必ず人間なんだ。
Witches are fake.
しかしどうやって？せいぜい10センチ程度しか開かない扉の隙間からどうやったら室内の2人を？
They got in somehow.
それにしても耐え難い匂いです。一体何事なのですか？
Yeah, what is that bad smell? Kanon and Kumasawa, who had gone on ahead, realized the smell wasn't coming from the kitchen even before they arrived there. That was because they noticed an even thicker wave of stench rising up from the stairs leading to the basement. Uh-oh. Basement's never good. Basement in a creepy old mansion? Not a good sign. which they passed on their way to the kitchen.
ボイラー室
Uh-oh.
またボイラーの調子が悪いんですか。
Somebody fell into the boiler. Those stairs led to the underground boiler room. The mansion's boiler was old and in poor condition. Both of them had witnessed problems with the boiler on several occasions, but they had never smelled the boiler belching out a stench like this before. Oh, this'll be fun.
今の音は。
The thing they heard from the basement was definitely the sound of a door closing. Kumasawa had phrased it as a question, but she already knew it couldn't be anything else. Kumasawa was so surprised at the sound that her knees gave way yet again and she cowered. After all, at that very moment, no one could have been in the boiler room. Yep, everybody's upstairs. Just a few seconds ago, everyone had been crowded together around Eva and Hideyoshi's room. So who caused the sound of a door closing just now?
カノンさん。
After taking a second to sort out the situation, Kanon ran down towards the basement. Since they'd heard the sound of a door closing just now and there was no sign of anyone coming up the stairs, the person who'd closed the door had to be inside the boiler room now. If the boiler room had been a dead end, Kanon wouldn't have rushed in so hastily. But Kanon was a servant, so he knew. There were two entrances to the boiler room, one that opened to the mansion and one that opened to the courtyard. Oh, like one of those double doors? You know, you lean over and pull them open? If he didn't chase them now, they might slip away. Kumasawa reached the same conclusion long after Kanon did, but she couldn't let him go alone. The thing in the boiler room was the culprit, an opponent who had easily killed 6 adults in the first murder, then no matter how Kanon confronted them, he wouldn't be a match. Of course, with this argument, even if Kumasawa joined him, it wouldn't change anything. At any rate, after a delay, Kumasawa decided that she mustn't let Kanon go alone, and she rushed down the stairs. Oh boy, I'm sure this'll be fun. I'm sure we'll find fun things in that boiler. At that time, Kanon was already in the boiler room. The boiler room's characteristic damp heat tormented him. It had always been an unpleasantly smelly and hot place. And on top of that, the room was full of that horrible stench, which made Kanon feel like he was going to be sick. There was no doubt that this room was the source. In that case, Kanon should have been searching for where the smell was coming from. However, Kanon kept gazing straight forward as he grabbed a hatchet from a tool shelf just off to the side of the door. Oh yeah, I'm sure this little twink can do a lot of damage, right? Yeah, sure. He hadn't stretched out his hand because he'd wanted a hatchet. He had wanted to grab a weapon, any weapon. Why? Kanon gazed into the darkness where the naked light bulb couldn't pierce. Then he answered.
ルーレットは数字と赤黒にかけて配当を競い合う
Devil's Roulette.
だが赤か黒かのようなリスクの低い賭けはその程度の配当しか与えられない
The words coming from Kanon's mouth were swallowed up by the darkness. The darkness suddenly started to swirl, glittering. All the butterflies. She's near. Oh, that's a lot of them. The will-o-wisps. It was such a fantastical scene. Golden, sparkling butterflies that hid in the shadows all over the boiler room, flapped their wings twinkling beautifully and gathered in the darkness, disappearing. Kanon continued speaking, directing his words at the darkness as it swallowed the butterflies up. But as the butterflies gathered in the darkness, they they would certainly laugh. But Kanon continued to speak without faltering in the slightest.
逆により的中率の低いかけ方をすれば
Risk and reward.
親方様は天文学的なリスクを的中できることを奇跡その結果得られる天文学的な配当を魔法と呼んでいた親方様とお前がどんな魔法を求めてルーレットに挑んでいるのかしかしお前は忘れているルーレットには赤でも黒でもない目が出うることを忘れている
Roulette has a special pocket called Zero, which means that the house takes everything in certain variants of the game. This means that all of the coins bet on the table will be swept up, just as though everyone has forfeit.
僕は一つだけ
So
心に
that's
決
where
めて
he
い
wants
た
to land, on 0, huh?
もしシャノンが殺されて僕が生き残るようなことがあったならこの身を投げ出してお前のルーレットを全て台無しにしてやろうと
Oh?
これは親方様が決めたルールでも
I made it up.
お前が決めたルールでもないこのルールは僕が作った
Oh, he literally said that. I made the rule up.
僕はもう家具じゃない
I'm not furniture anymore. He's graduated from furniture.
ゼロなんだ
Canon's face twisted with humiliation. It was clear that his defiance against his own weaknesses was being ridiculed somehow. Canon's brow creased even further, and the fierce expression that he'd never shown to anyone appeared on his face. The hand grasping the hatchet was shaking. His sweat became drops which slid downward. It was clear that the emotion causing Canon's hand to shake wasn't just anger. However, Canon suppressed that emotion.
僕はもうお前の言葉に惑わされたりはしない悪魔のルーレットはこれでおしまいだ地獄にてさらに1000年次の
Yo,
召喚
get her
者を
ass.
待つがいいベアトリーチェ
Beatrice! When Canon raised the hatchet and tried to dive into the darkness definitely sneered. It sneered at that courage as if it were vulgar, lazy, futile, and meaningless. Oh, it's getting louder. Uh-oh. Oh, there it is. I was wondering when we'd hear the laugh. It's a good laugh. Ha 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 ha. Canon, his hatchet still held aloft, couldn't take another step after that. With a clang, the hatchet that he'd been grasping fell and rolled on the floor. And following that, with a pair of thuds, Canon's knees hit left, then right. That hand, which looked like it was trying to catch the sky now that the hatchet had been dropped, gradually lowered, landing on his chest. Then the other hand did the same. Uh-oh. Right there, a handle with a demon-shaped design was buried into his chest. Wait, hang on, I have to check something. Those who remain shall praise my noble name. Huh. The same type of weapon that had been stabbed into Eva and Hideyoshi's forehead was in Canon's chest. Rip. That didn't work out like you planned, huh? This little twink fucked around and found out. Canon was curled up in anguish, fresh blood dribbling from the corners of his mouth. It was makeup too extreme for Canon's white skin. Around this scene, the glittering gold butterflies danced through the darkness, mesmerizing. It was a beautiful, beautiful dance, a funeral march of tribute, ridicule, and contempt for a single boy's self-sacrifice. Canon had already been prepared for his own death, but although he could do nothing but accept the death he had received, he attempted one last measure of resistance. He grasped the handle of the weapon sticking into his chest with both hands, and gritting his teeth with an acute, unearthly pain, he pulled it out. For only a moment, a bright red spray gushed out. It made an unpleasant bloop sound. It probably resembled the sound of Canon's soul as it was sucked into the swamp of the dead.
Canon-san?
Ah, you were too late, Obasan. Eee! Kumasawa screamed at the incomprehensible sight in front of her. Canon was lying in a pool of blood. Kumasawa's heart was a complete mess. Ah, what a horrible fate! He wouldn't have been killed if I had been with him. Ah, what incredible luck! If I had been with him, I might have been killed too! As she screamed, her expression was filled with complete confusion, and all of the muscles of her face were pulled up almost as though she was smiling while crying. But no one could have made fun of an expression like this. Always ready. She always has that thing on her. The first one to dash in was Natsuhi, holding the rifle. Battler and Genji dashed in after her. Normally, they probably would have started discussing the origin of that violent stench filling the boiler room. But after they saw Kanon, who was lying on the ground as if he were drowning in an ocean of his own blood, the stench wasn't important anymore. Natsuhi realized that even though Kanon was on the verge of death, he was still conscious, so she sent Genji to get the doctor. Natsuhi, holding the rifle aloft, faced the darkness in the center of the boiler room and shouted, "Light them up!" Battler, thinking quickly, took a large flashlight from the tool shed along the door and used its light to cut through the darkness Natsuhi was glaring into. The light only shone on a mechanical-looking piping and a door. The door had been left open a small crack, and it was obvious that someone had left through there in a hurry. Genji doesn't have many expressions, does he? Battler let out a war cry as he slammed into the door. Hulair from outside suddenly rushed in. There were some thin, rough stairs leading up. Battler ran up them, shouting. Natsuhi was also rushing up the stairs, chasing after Battler. They were in the courtyard. The courtyard of the mansion had been built strictly for lighting purposes, so it wasn't a very elegant space. Because it was surrounded on all sides, the air was calm and completely undisturbed, even though they could hear the sound of strong winds. There was only the gentle, sorrowful rain. As he ran through the cold and scattered raindrops, dashing up the stairs into the courtyard, Battler looked in every direction. Of course, the odds of him finding a suspicious silhouette just standing around nonchalantly were pretty much zero. Battler spun, looking all around. He turned again and again. He kept spinning until he almost lost his sense of direction. He prayed that he would see the culprit somewhere in the scenery, but there was no chance. All he saw as he spun was more and more of the mansion's heartless walls and windows. Furthermore, there were two entrances into the mansion from the courtyard, and neither of them were locked. Because the courtyard couldn't be entered from outside the mansion, the doors had been built without locks. He didn't know which one they had left through. He had to give up. Battler pounded the wall with his fists, swearing. Battler pressed his forehead against the wall, which he scratched at with his fingernails as he cried. Rough times for everybody, huh? Yeah, our cast here is very rapidly shrinking, I've noticed. He was a nice lad. He loved to play piano. People die when they are killed. Battler was a boy who could understand the feelings of pain and regret in a person's heart, so he cried with all his strength. Natsuhi, who had always thought of Battler as a frank person, was a little surprised to find he had this delicate side, and at the same time, she understood how easily hurt the heart of a young person can be, so she held him.
大丈夫です。
It's really not, but okay.
あなたもジョージ君も
It's true, she has a
マリア
gun.
ちゃんも
Let's
ジェ
see
シカも
let's see Beatrice fight a lady with a gun.
私の母としてそして後ろ宮家の代表として
Let's see her try to murder the lady with that thing on her. She's strapped. So, remember that thing you said about not crying anymore? You sure shattered that promise in like literal minutes. Battler, after sobbing into Natsuhi's chest for a while, wiped his tears with a bitter smile, as though he had been like that the whole time, and tried to appear as though he'd cried more than enough already.
とにかく一度下に戻りましょう。犯人を探すより自分たちの身を守る方が最優先です。明日になれば船が来る。そうすれば警察がやってきて全てを白日のもとにさらし出してくれるでしょう。犯人がどうあがこうともこの島から逃げられるものですか。
そうっすね。警察さん。
They definitely will do that. When the seagulls cry, he said it again. The crime will be solved. But for some reason, Battler felt a slight sense of uneasiness, as if the seagulls would never cry again. But they have to cry, it's in the title of the game. That couldn't be true. When the typhoon passes, surely the lively seagulls will return to the harbor again. I think that will be our place to stop for tonight. We got 2 murders in. We got 2 murders in this session. That's what I call progress. But I think now is a good place to stop, and we'll continue next time. This was a good session. A lot of things happened. We got MILFs yelling at each other, then one of those MILFs died. It was a rip-roaring time, but I really enjoyed this session. We got a lot of story in, and I think now what we'll do is go raid Gigaboots, who are playing Silent Hill 2. Very fun. And I'll see you guys next week for more Umineko, more Ace Attorney, and all of that. So thank you everybody for watching. This has been a very cool experience so far. I'm enjoying it. Good night.